never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio
House
News.
Republicans nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy 188 to 31 to be Speaker in a closed-door conference meeting on Tuesday. A last-minute protest challenge came from Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, a former chairman of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. Biggs sought to demonstrate that McCarthy lacks the support to seize the gavel when the full House meets to choose the Speaker early next year. Georgia still faces a runoff for its undecided election, but in the meantime, the state's governor isn't sitting silent.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp will testify Tuesday in the Fulton County probe in regards to the 2020 presidential election. Kemp is the highest-profile Georgia official to be subpoenaed to testify before the district attorney's special grand jury. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Polish government said a Russian-made missile killed 2 of its citizens Tuesday near the border with Ukraine. The announcement followed an emergency security and defense meeting where the nation agreed to increase its military readiness. President Biden also called an emergency meeting to discuss the tragedy. Biden is attending the Group of 20 or G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia. He convened a meeting with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, Canada, Spain, Japan, and the Netherlands. The leaders of the European Commission and European Union were also in attendance. And veteran Days of Our Lives soap opera actor and famous Hollywood dad, John Aniston, has passed away at the age of 89. Daughter Jennifer confirmed his death and said, "Sweet Papa, John Anthony Aniston, you were one of the most beautiful humans I ever knew. I'm so grateful that you went soaring into the heavens in peace." This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
After discussing global interests with the leader of China in Bali, Indonesia, President Biden remarked that he doesn't believe a new Cold War is necessary. Appearing on Fox Business, Texas Republican Congressman Mike McCall says he thinks the United States is in a new Cold War with China.
It was once again, a projection of weakness. It was not a deterrence to the threat from China.
He argues that President Biden should have taken a stronger stance on deterring China from considering invading Taiwan. A former college football coach is taking action against the team who fired him.
The former head football coach at Washington State University is filing a lawsuit against the school, its athletic director, and Governor Jay Inslee. Nick Rolovich claimed his federal rights were violated when he was fired for refusing to get a COVID-19 vaccine. The lawsuit says he refused the vaccination for religious and personal beliefs. WSU says not following the state mandate gave them just cause to terminate Rolovich's contract. The suit claims he should have been paid 60% of his $2 million base salary for the remainder of his contract. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
The Texas school where 19 students and 2 teachers were murdered will be torn to the ground. The Uvalde School District Foundation is out with plans to build a new campus about 2 miles away. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, without further ado, I do believe it is that time once again. Looky there, we cross over the midnight hour. Hump Day coming on. Yeah, already. Here it is again. Hey, Mike. As we will turn the page on the calendar, 16th day of November. Imagine that, week in a day from Thanksgiving just around the corner. Everybody got your bird? Anybody having a trouble finding a turkey? I haven't had any issues. Seems like stocks have been plentiful around the country. Well, I hope you had a good day there Tuesday. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from our Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Secret Bunker. Chilly night out there. I think the wind's making it feel a little colder. Yeah, we got the wind chill thing going on. All right, as far as the overall coverage around the country, it's a soggy night in the Northeast. Well, soggy for some, slippery for others. Got the heavy rains from Philly to New York City up into Hartford, Connecticut. Boston, you're right on the edge. Rain on the east side, a transition to snow. In some areas under winter weather advisories. And forecasters tell us, get ready for a potential, maybe record-setting, blockbuster lake effect snow event. A multi-day event, which could ultimately, they're talking maybe dump 6 feet of snow on Buffalo. That's hard to imagine. That would be up over my head. That's a lot of snow. We'll break that down for you coming up here. All right, been monitoring the clock. Will we get this rocket off the ground this morning? Yeah, the big moon launch. Is the third time a charm. Sometimes they say NASA looking to return to the moon with the mega rocket launch. Now, they have had some issues. Again, fueling issues. At the moment, it looks like the fueling concerns have all been rectified. There is an ongoing concern with the range, as they call it. There was a loss of connectivity. I believe they're blaming it on an Ethernet cable, which, as we speak, they're working to replace and repair that. That's one item that has to be repaired before the actual launch can take place. I'll give you all the latest, and we'll continue to kind of monitor. I've got the NASA feed up as they have periodically been giving some updates as the countdown continues. If they break in with updates, we'll try to cover those. Obviously, the launch window was opening at 1:04 a.m. Now, with some of the issues they've had already, it's going to be at least in the 1:30 to 2 a.m. time frame if everything comes together there. But is the third time a charm? After 2 failed attempts, NASA preparing to launch the mega moon rocket here in the next few hours if it goes according to plan. Less than a week after the massive rocket withstood the wrath of Hurricane Nicole. NASA's Mike Serafian, manager of the much-delayed Artemis mission at the NASA headquarters, says, our time is coming. We hope that time is Wednesday. Here it is. Weather looks pretty promising, an 80% chance of the launch during that 2-hour window. again, which is from 1:04 a.m. to 3:04 a.m. this morning. NASA's first female launch director gave the go-ahead. Tuesday afternoon, they began the fueling operations about 3:30 in the afternoon. The Artemis 1, this is the test flight, no astronauts, but the first step in the space agency's plan to build a lasting presence on the moon and take some lessons from there to prepare maybe for a future voyage to Mars in the 2030s. All right, countdown continues at the storied Kennedy Space Center, where the orange and white behemoth awaits the maiden flight. All right, hurricane damaged a thin strip of caulk-like material that kind of encircles the Orion crew capsule on top of the rocket, kind of making it more aerodynamic. There's minimal risk, according to NASA. We discussed that on the past evening's program, but the crowds are there. They've been panning out to some shots, about 100,000 people on the coast to watch the launch this morning as this massive rocket will light up the night sky. One space enthusiast from St. Louis, Missouri, kind of anxiously hoping for a successful liftoff this time after several futile trips for the launch. People actually making the journey from, in his case, Missouri, all the way down to the Space Coast and let down not once but twice already. All right, so we'll continue to monitor things there, give you updates, and if things go ahead, we'll try to cover the live action if the launch goes up here in a bit. Meanwhile, forecasters, it's cold out there, right? Get ready for even colder conditions. Much of the central states getting a taste of midwinter cold. Some of the coldest temperatures we've seen since last winter, 20 to 30 degrees below normal for mid-November. From Minneapolis to Chicago to St. Louis and Oklahoma City. People going to be double-checking their calendars. Are we in the middle of January here? What's going on? Adding an additional shock factor to the upcoming cold is going to be widespread winds, 20 to 35 miles per hour. You're going to be reaching for extra layers to try and stay warm if you're going to be outdoors taking care of your daily routines. Temperatures may remain in the single digits as far as the wind chill is concerned through the day Friday in Minneapolis. Maybe no higher than 10 degrees is what it's going to feel like in Chicago. So as cold as it is now, into the weekend, it's really going to get bitterly cold. Now, in terms of how this cold wave stacks up compared to other events in the month of November, forecasters tell us more than a dozen record low temperatures may be challenged on Friday. That would be record low high temperatures. St. Cloud, Minnesota, Kansas City, Missouri, Oklahoma City, Topeka, and Wichita, Kansas, all areas where your record daytime highs may be record lows, and overnights could be even colder. This late week cold shock then begins to shift eastward by the weekend. For those in the Northeast, get ready for that January-like chill. And by that point in time, they're telling us the most significant lake effect snow event is going to be fully underway across the Great Lakes. We'll break down those numbers coming up here. As I mentioned, out of the box, they're saying some areas may, before it's all said and done, over a multi-day event, see 6 feet of snow accumulation. How about that? Travel will pretty much come to a standstill if that actually unfolds. Meanwhile, as we get things underway on a Wednesday, who we got checking in here? Philly Dan on board out of the box. Hump day already. Drivers, keep on humping. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Heavy D, Morning Steve, and all the crew out there. Keep on trucking. Hello to Judy. Happy days are here again. Hooray. Are you referring to the former president's announcement? You excited about that? Yeah, Trump officially making the announcement, I guess about 9 o'clock, a little after 9 o'clock this past evening. I actually got out of bed and asked my wife, hey, did Trump make his big announcement? She said, oh, I don't know. I forgot all about that. And flipped over to Fox News. Hannity was on, and sure enough, he was speaking live at the moment there. And, of course, the big headline, Trump announces presidential bid for 2024. Now, seeing as Trump has made the announcement, how many others in the Republican field? I have a sneaky suspicion, obviously, there will be challengers. We'll kind of break down who the favorites are on that list. There's a rather lengthy list, according to the pundits, of those who may actually toss their hat in the ring for the Republican nomination, potentially including, topping the list would be one Ron DeSantis from Florida. Speaking of Florida, morning from Central Florida. Richard checks in, 70 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Joe Self is on board. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. We've got 34 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. It's a little icy back home earlier this past day. Everybody be careful out there. Have a good night. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Good to have you on board. Gerald checking in. Let's see. What's going on, Steve? Republicans one seat from taking the House officially, reaching that confirmed 218 mark. That would be a beautiful thing. Have a groovy night to all the Overnight Drive Nation. All right, good to have you there, Gerald. Jeff on board says, I'm camped out at the auction in Mishawaka. The clock got me. Was that your 11-hour drive time or your 14-hour clock? One of the two, right? But the clock got him. Good night to Kimmy, he says. Good afternoon, Hammerdown. Be safe. We got some rain here in the Northeast with 36 degrees. Yes, indeed. Yeah, a lot of rain. Some areas, some heavy rain. Some of that will be winding down through the overnight hours.
14 minutes and counting. We have an update now.
Take a listen.
On the upper stage of the Space Launch System. Currently at 75% filled. We're in fast fill for the upper stage, and currently it is 75% filled for liquid hydrogen. We're in stable replenish for the core stage, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And that includes the liquid oxygen on the upper stage. Stand by, we're getting an update from the range on their issue. I'll be right back.
There you go. That's where they had the Ethernet issue. They're having to replace an Ethernet cord. I guess it's one of the radar sites. They were not getting the data from the radar site. And that is one of the must-haves on the checkoff list to go for launch. If the range is no-go, the launch will not take place. So he's getting an update there. Welcome in. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Timothy, checking in via Facebook, as is Marianne. Marianne says, morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night out there. Gail checking in from Longview, Texas. Howdy. Good to have you on board there, Gail. Bull checks in from, Romney, West Virginia. The barracks there, 33 degrees. Hey, heads up for the drivers out there, just to notice, I-81 northbound is shut down entirely at the 13-mile marker there in West Virginia. Got a bad wreck. Tractor trailer apparently flipped over onto a car. Prayers for all involved. Everyone have a wonderful, safe night out there. All right, thanks for the heads up. Gerald checking in. Go Trump 2024. Hello to Matthew. Morning, Steve, and Kevin the cat. I hope what happened in Poland does not start World War III. Yeah, me as well. All right.
Hold. That half-hour hold is part of the L clock, and what you see on your monitor right now, I believe, is the T clock. So in about 10 minutes, we'll hold for a half hour. And currently, the launch team is trying to evaluate how much of a delay may result from some issues that we've been facing over the past hour. Just to recap those, we had a leak in a replenish valve on the mobile launcher that feeds into liquid hydrogen core stage tank. That's been resolved. The leak has been fixed, and we're moving forward. Currently, the upper stage of the rocket for liquid hydrogen is roughly 78% at the moment. So that is tracking. Progress continues there. The core stage has been topped off, and now both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are 100%, along with the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen side of the equation. So we're just waiting on the complete tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen. Now, with regards to the range issue that we had, we just got an update from the range, the 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting the acquisition and signal for the flight termination system, if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch. So at the moment, we're looking still at a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch, but it is pretty clear from the work that is ahead that it looks like we're going to slip into that window. How much exactly, we don't have an accurate calculation from the launch team as of right now. But of course, we're anticipating that. So for the moment, you see on your clock now, we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to resume terminal count. The launch team will assess what work needs to be done, how that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment, and then we should have a new T0 for you soon. That's the latest from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
All right, mission control, as they call it. So there you go. So the clock is holding at 10 minutes. That was a built-in 30-minute hold, which technically, if it actually started at the actual 30-minute mark, it would be counting down to the 1:04 a.m. launch. But as you just mentioned, we're going to be going into there's a 2-hour window. We're going to be breaking into that window. I'm kind of my best guesstimate if all goes okay, probably between 1:30 and 2 a.m., somewhere in that time frame. But we'll continue to monitor what's going on there from the Kennedy Space Center. Pretty exciting stuff. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in. There's 5-7, copy the mail. Eskimo Mom, I guess you're getting your week started there, right? Howdy from Kentucky, first day back from staycation. Got the regular run tonight, a new 23 Freightliner, and on a holiday schedule for Sunday. Kind of breezy out here, but the roads are drying out. We've got 41 degrees currently along I-71 there. All right, she's rolling through the bluegrass. Looks like we've got 37 degrees outside the secret bunker here. Hello to Daniel, checking in from Montana, just east of Billings, Montana, where it's 23 degrees at this hour. Brr. All right, let's see. Timothy checking in. All right, I think we had him already. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Good morning. We've got 25 degrees here in Humphrey, Nebraska tonight. Shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock here in Nebraska. All right, let's get our news break in here, rolling into a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
The United States, Japan, and other allies signed a $20 billion deal on Tuesday at the G20 summit. The goal of the agreement, called the Just Energy Transition Partnership, is to help Indonesia reduce emissions and transition away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Back here in the States, the FBI has released security footage of a June attack on Compass Care Pregnancy Services, a pro-life women's care clinic in upstate New York. The agency announced a reward of up to $25,000 for any information leading to the arrest of the arsonists, and suggested the criminals could be charged under the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, also known as FACE. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back here on a Wednesday. Well, we're working our way into it from time zone to time zone. Yeah, for the listeners, and I hope what happened in Poland this past day doesn't start World War III. Well, what we had was apparently some rockets actually landed in Poland. They believed they were Russian-made missiles. A couple of fatalities in the eastern part of the country, right near the Ukrainian border. What happened? Yeah, President Biden has called for an emergency meeting of the Group of Seven and NATO leaders later today, Wednesday, for consultations. Biden was actually woke up by staff with the news of the explosion while he was in Indonesia for the Group of 20 summit. He called the Polish president to express his deep condolences for the loss of life there. He promised via Twitter full U.S. support for and assistance with Poland's investigation and reaffirmed the United States' ironclad commitment to NATO. All right, so the other headline, NATO ambassadors, they tell us, will be meeting today, which in that part of the world, it's already early Wednesday there. But NATO ambassadors will be meeting at the request of Poland on basis of the alliance's Article 4, as it is known. Two European diplomats told Reuters after the explosion in Poland, right there close to the Ukraine border, caused by supposedly stray Russian missiles. Some are speculating that maybe they were actually missiles that were intercepted, shot down, ultimately coming down in Poland's territory. But either way, according to Article 4 of the Alliance's founding treaty, members can raise any issue of concern, especially related to the security of a member country. One of the diplomats said the alliance would act cautiously. We need time to verify exactly how this particular incident happened. So, again, in the event that it was some sort of a missile defense, which, of course, we and many other countries have been supplying Ukraine with those sort of munitions, it would have been, an incident, as they call it. No intention on Russians' part. to impact Poland or try to draw Poland into the fray there. That's what we hope it all comes out to be. All right, let me see here. I guess Horse Feathers had to jump, right? He was going to give us an update with a Mike here. So give us a call back if you get a chance. He's got to get in and out of his truck to take care of business during the overnight hours. All right, AccuWeather forecasters say the fiercest lake effect snow event in quite some time, potentially years, is about to begin to unfold. It's going to ramp up downwind of the Great Lakes, burying some locations in feet of snow. Travel will grind to a halt, and we could actually stamp some new records in the weather history books. Wow. Forecasters warn travel could be difficult and nearly impossible amid the heaviest snow bands, including sections of Interstate 90 in the Buffalo, New York area, I-81 north of Syracuse. Snow may come down at 2 to 4 inches per hour at times, with thunder snow possible in some of those most intense bands. Where's Jim Cantore? Did someone say thunder snow? I want to go to Buffalo. Now, while the region has had its fair share of snow showers with the arrival of the winter-like cold, this upcoming event could be one of historic proportions as the lake effect snow machine ramps up to full throttle beginning on Thursday, continuing right into the weekend. This is going to be potent as the lake water temperatures are still quite mild compared to the middle or latter time of the winter months. As of this past morning, waters on the Great Lakes are generally in the 50s, so warm water temperatures. Heaviest snow is expected to occur downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario in New York, as well as Lake Huron in Ontario, Canada. Several feet of snow where these bands persist for an extended period of time. One of the factors that we're looking at when predicting lake effect snow is the wind direction throughout the atmosphere. When the winds generally come in a uniform direction, this can result in an intense band of snow that unleashes extreme snowfall in a very narrow corridor. Any fluctuation in the wind direction can cause that band to wobble north or south. Now, the winter weather experts say one such intense band is expected to set up right around the Buffalo area. There are winter storm watches in place for the metro Buffalo area, as well as across southwestern New York. Buffalo and the southern suburbs, you're in the zone for maybe 3 to 6 feet of snow by Sunday. And it may fall over 2 separate time frames, Thursday night into Friday, then a little break, and then things fire back up Saturday into Saturday night. These two periods will probably feature the worst conditions of this event. So travel is strongly discouraged during the height of this event. You run the risk of becoming stranded as the snow falls fast and furious. Road crews will be nearly impossible to keep up with clearing the snow. Experts advise anyone who must venture out, make sure you've got an emergency kit in your car. Travel's already been disrupted in parts of Pennsylvania with several lane-blocking accidents this past day, including Cumberland County and the Philadelphia suburbs. Prior blockbuster lake effect snow events in Buffalo during the month of November kind of bear some resemblance to the weather pattern that is setting up right now. You had November 20th through the 23rd back in the year 2000, where the metro area shut down. Nearly 2 feet of snow buried the region. That particular event gave the city its largest single-day snowfall for the month of November, just shy of 25 inches of snow on November the 20th that year. Now, that record, believe it or not, could certainly be challenged with this upcoming lake effect snow event. All the top 10 snowfall events for Buffalo have occurred in the months of November and December. This is because the fact that Lake Erie is still quite warm. There's no ice cover this time of year. So the lake can contribute more moisture when that cold air moves over those warm waters, producing those intense bands of lake effect snow for people and businesses in that region of the country. Your roofs, homes, and buildings could be compromised with the weight of this snowfall. Power lines may also come tumbling down, causing some communities to lose power. Daytime temperatures, your highs will be in the upper 20s and lower 30s throughout this event, but you're also going to combine strong winds off the Great Lakes. It's going to feel like the teens or even single digits throughout this event. Buffalo, you're not the only place where you're going to get a shock from Old Man Winter. Other areas that may get a couple feet of snow include the Tug Hill Plateau east of Lake Ontario, places adjacent to Georgian Bay on Lake Huron there in Ontario, Watertown, New York, another locale that could be hit hard with snowfall in excess of 2 feet there. Again, this is a zone where through the entire event, you could see as much as 6 feet of snowfall. It's going to be a long duration lake effect event, so it's not going to wind down till sometime early next week. So you got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, good times, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle checks in for the first time this week. Good morning, Eagle. How's your week going?
Yeah, I'm back out on the road. I've been home for the last couple of days. I'm back out on the road again. It's kind of cold outside, at least starting to feel like the holidays a little bit coming up on Thanksgiving. Next week. Looking at Green Bay I think they have some snow in Chicago and Green Bay. I will go watch the football game on Thursday night, and Thursday night they playing in Green Bay NFL game, so they might get some snow on Thursday night in the football game in Green Bay. We finally got some colder weather. It's been hot for a while, so at least we need to make it feel like the holidays. The way I see it, even down here in Texas where I'm at, it's kind of cool outside tonight. But I'm rolling. I'm getting ready to head up to Michigan right now, so it looks like I'm gonna be getting into the cold weather. But I ain't gonna be there long because I'm trying to get back down to Texas before Thanksgiving. So I gotta hurry up and get up to Michigan and back down south again. But something, Steve, I've been waiting to call you. I've been waiting 2 years for this phone call. I've been waiting 2 years to make this call. And finally got the news today. I told you last week that I wanted to see what Trump had to say in his news conference tonight. I listened to every word of his news conference on the radio as I was driving. And I've come to the conclusion, Steve, I know some of your listeners are disowning Donald Trump, but I'm sticking with Donald Trump 2024. I'm not going to go with, the guy down in Florida. I like what he got to say. I like the guy, but I think he doesn't have the experience that Donald Trump has. He's only 44 years old. I think that, like some of the Trump family has said over the last couple of days, he needs to wait his turn and wait until 2028 and make his move then. He's still young. There's no reason to rush this situation. Donald Trump, Steve, he is a businessman. He said it again tonight. He said that he hates for people to call him a politician because he's not a politician. Donald Trump is a businessman, and he went over everything that he accomplished in the 4 years he was in the White House during his talk, Steve. And everything the man said was true. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world before the coronavirus came in and destroyed that. And like he said, Steve, Donald Trump left Joe Biden. He left Joe Biden a country that was rolling. Even after the virus, Donald Trump said he got the country back on track 2 times. The first time when he got in the White House, the second time after the coronavirus, and he did exactly that. He left Joe Biden in a good situation, and now look what we got, Steve. The gas prices are sky high. We got inflation. He don't shut down the oil. We're dependent now. Now we got a situation with Russia and Poland. No telling what the hell is going to happen with that. Do you see the North Korea is launching missiles? China is getting ready to maybe take over Taiwan. All hell is breaking loose in less than 2 years in America under this individual that we have in the White House right now, Steve. And like Trump said tonight, we can't take another 4 years of this guy. Well, I've said that for the longest time. He has to be removed from the White House as quickly as possible, Joe Biden. In 2024, he needs to be out and don't let the door hit him in the, on the way out. Because this guy here is a complete and utter embarrassment, Steve. Like Trump said, the man can't even stay awake. He's falling asleep. He stutters. He can't even get his words right when he's speaking in front of the media. He's made the United States the laughing stock of the whole world, Steve. So I've come to the conclusion tonight that Donald Trump is my man. He comes off. He's standoffish. Yeah, he has the personality that a lot of people don't like, but that personality made America number one, Steve. And like I said, Steve, and you know this for a fact. When have you heard? I ain't just talking about Joe Biden. Donald Trump said it again tonight. He wants to make America great again. When have you heard a Democrat in the last 2 years say that they wanted to make America great again? I'm talking about any. I don't care. You name any of them. I'm not, just singling out you. I'm just saying since me and you talking.
Right.
I can't think of not one Democrat that has said they wanted to make America great again. Not one. Zero. So if that's the case, and like I told you a couple of days ago, Steve, anybody who voted for, you would have thought, Steve, after 2 years of Biden, that even Trump said that tonight, that you would want to have nothing to do with the Democratic Party, and yet we still have people that's voting for these people. It's just sickening and disgusting that somebody. You look at this loser, and I mean I think he might be worse than Biden. Those people that voted for that guy up there in Pennsylvania, they ought to be completely embarrassed. The Fetterman or whatever his name is, Those people ought to be ashamed of themselves for voting for that man. But like I said before, Steve, Trump is the man, and I believe that Trump can get this country back on track again, and I hope that the American people give him another shot, because anything is better than what we got right now. And that's all I got to say about it. And I hope other people make the same move, because like I said, the Florida governor, he's a good man, and he's doing some good things, but he's still young, and he has plenty of time to be the president. I think he needs to let Donald Trump take the job, and then he can take over at a later time. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
I kind of figured you'd be kind of excited about what Trump had to say there. Meanwhile, one thing you didn't mention, which another key issue for Eagle, of course, residing in Texas right now, is the open borders scenario. Now, why he waited till after the midterm elections, I'm not sure if there's any correlation in the fact that the governor there, Governor Abbott, of course, just reelected during the midterms, but announcing this past morning officially an invasion is taking place along the United States southern border. An official declaration. There had been rumors and rumblings of his making that sort of a declaration. So what does that mean? Well, the National Guard troops and gunboats are going to be headed to secure the border and, in his words, repel people trying to cross illegally. Governor Abbott tweeting this past day, quote, "I invoked the invasion clauses of the United States and Texas constitutions to fully authorize Texas to take unprecedented measures to defend our state against an invasion. I'm using that constitutional authority and other authorization and executive orders to keep our state and country safe." Now, along with his tweet, Abbott indicated a screenshot of a list of actions that Texas will now be taking now that he has finally invoked the invasion clause of the United States and Texas state constitutions. Number one, as we said, deploying the National Guard to safeguard the border, to repel and turn back immigrants trying to cross illegally. We will deploy the Texas Department of Public Safety to arrest and return to the border immigrants who crossed illegally, and deploy Department of Public Safety to arrest illegal immigrants for criminal activity. We will build a border wall in multiple counties on the border. We will deploy gunboats to secure the border. We will designate Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We will enter into a compact with other states to secure the border. We will enter into agreements with foreign powers to enhance border security. And lastly, we will provide resources for border counties to increase their efforts to respond to the border invasion. Invasion. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution states, no state shall, with the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with a foreign power, or engage in war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution states the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. Article 4, Section 7 of the Texas Constitution states that the governor of Texas shall have power to call forth the militia to execute the laws of the state, to suppress insurrections and repel invasions. Along with declaring an invasion, Abbott said he will also designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, here a couple months ago, he did issue an executive order designating the drug cartels as terrorist organizations. At that point, he asked the president to issue similar federal declarations against the Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels there in Mexico. Of course, he had previously enacted multiple security and emergency declarations along the southern border. You know, all these things that the governor of Texas has done. Amazingly, we haven't seen much of anything done at the federal level. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Good morning to Dingbat. How are we doing this morning?
We're doing good. We're counting down till I have nothing to eat after midnight.
I was just going to say, I know so you're counting down to the surgery, and so is that tomorrow? Or Wednesday?
Wednesday. It's our Wednesday.
Okay, yeah. All right. So you're just a few minutes away from nothing after midnight. Okay.
Yeah. Brain Dead's taking off tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday night.
Okay.
Yep. I'm nervous, but I'll be all right.
Well, everything will go well. You got a lot of folks thinking about you, praying for you. You'll come through in flying colors.
Yes. If anybody has Brain Dead's number, he will have his phone on him. So if y'all want updates, he will tell you.
All right. Well, hope all goes. What time's the slated surgery in the morning?
5:30 in the morning.
5:30. Oh, wow. Okay.
5:30. Yeah.
So you got, you're only going to get you ain't had any sleep yet. You're going to get what, 3-4 hours?
I'm on Brain Dead's work schedule. So he's awake. He's somewhere around the house.
So you'll get a
And
little
I'm just chilling
get
before I
a
go to
cat.
bed.
That's probably hard to sleep anyway because you're anxious and anticipating, right?
Right, pretty much, but I'll be all right.
All right. Well, of course, yeah. Tell Brain Dead to give us a full report. Let us know if he gets an opportunity how things went. But good luck later this morning. Dingbat going under the knife, 5:30 a.m. So technically, it's heading up on the midnight hour in the Central Time Zone. So about 5.5 hours from now. All right, got to get an update on the Artemis launch. Got to monitor the countdown clock. First, we get a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Walmart, the largest retailer in the United States, has agreed to pay $3.1 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits over its pharmacy's roles in the opioid crisis. The agreement follows tentative deals announced this month by CVS and Walgreens, which are still being negotiated. If finalized, the total amount from the three giant pharmacy retailers would reach about $13.1 billion. Including $400 million for Native American tribes. Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of a holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. With 99% of precincts reporting, the Democrat Warnock had 49.4% of the vote, and Republican challenger Herschel Walker had 48.5%. Murder at 2 American universities has communities reeling.
All flags in Virginia were lowered to half-staff on Tuesday after what the governor called a horrific tragedy. A University of Virginia student is accused of shooting 5 classmates on Sunday night in a parking garage. They were among 20 others on a bus returning from a field trip in Washington, D.C. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Meanwhile, in the Midwest, 4 University of Idaho students were found dead at a home near the campus in Moscow, Idaho, in what officials cryptically described as a crime of passion. And although they're treating it as a murder, they've said little about how the victims died. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Biden spoke late Tuesday on Poland's accusations that a Russian-made missile killed 2 of its citizens. The missiles fell into a village near Poland's border with Ukraine. The president reportedly said preliminary information contests it was fired from Russia. He spoke with Poland's president by phone, offering full U.S. support and help in Poland's investigation. Biden also held an emergency meeting of the Group of 7 and NATO leaders at the G20 summit to discuss the matter and ongoing attacks on Ukraine. Meanwhile, in Iran, tension also mounts.
Iran's Revolutionary Court has sentenced an anti-government protester to death and handed down jail terms to 5 others. The ruling is the first death sentence in the trials of those arrested for participating in protests that have swept Iran over the past couple of weeks, demanding an end to cleric rule. Iran has already issued indictments for hundreds of detained protesters, saying it will hold public trials for them. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Here at home, the U.S. Department of Transportation is ordering Frontier Airlines to pay out $222 million in refunds to its customers. That penalty's over significant scheduling problems during the COVID-19 pandemic. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Suspense. The shadow knows. Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, that's my cue. Back at it. Back to the mic for another hour. Underway on a Wednesday. All right, we got clear lines. 844-844-3388. During the break, trying to get the update. Countdown clock remains on hold. Teams have extended that 30-minute hold that was automatically built in. Now, they tell us mission managers are looking to target a new time for launch. The issue with the Eastern Range and the launch teams, that's been resolved. That was the issue that caused a loss of signal from a radar site that they had to have. And right now they're conducting the required tests of that to ensure communication and tracking capabilities. Now, going back to about 3 hours ago, about 10 o'clock this past evening, again, they ran into some fueling issues. It was on the liquid hydrogen side. It was not the main core. The main core of the hydrogen and oxygen had both been fully topped off, and they were going to the upper stage. And I think it was the replenishing line, as they call it, that was leaking at a level where they actually had to send crews out to physically go to the launch site and torque down some bolts. That took about an hour's time. That did resolve that leak issue, so they went back to the process, getting things fully topped off and ready for launch. So we'll kind of continue to monitor, listen for updates if they come in to give us a new launch time here. I'll be kind of eavesdropping. We'll listen in for any updates. Meanwhile, again, our number 844-844-3388. Hard to believe, Thanksgiving just around the corner. Technically, 1 week from today, next Wednesday, that'll be a big travel day, probably the largest travel day since prior to the COVID pandemic, they tell us. More than 54 million people are predicted to travel for Thanksgiving this year. The busiest holiday travel period in November again since before the pandemic, according to AAA, as millions of people take to the roads and the skies. Now, what's the weather looking like? Well, according to forecasters, now realizing, it's difficult to predict what the weather's going to be 2 or 3 days out. We're still a week out. But the models are depicting we could see some rather far-reaching weather effects, some travel-induced headaches across the country. Now, as I said, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that is the busiest travel day around the Thanksgiving holiday. But we've seen a pretty noticeable shift in recent years. Believe it or not, Tuesday is actually overtaking Wednesday as the busiest travel day. AAA went to explain. They said that folks are looking to save some money, and they're looking at booking flights on, say, Monday before Thanksgiving or on Thanksgiving Day itself, as the airfare is cheaper on those days. And, of course, there's less congestion on the highways on those days as well. So for people that have a bit of flexibility when it comes to their travel plans, those that can still maybe work remotely rather than from actually in the office, they can't only save time and money by traveling before Tuesday, but they could also avoid some of the weather-related delays. Now, it looks like the biggest trouble spot in terms of Wednesday of next week will be the western portions of the country. Across the board, that will include cities like Seattle to Salt Lake City to Denver, Colorado. We are expecting some pretty big travel disruptions. Wet, windy, snowy weather in the Northwest and Northern California. And that intense weather is going to extend east into the northern Rockies. Mountain passes could be closed with heavy snow, including Donner Pass in California.
T-minus 10 minutes and holding. I have an update on a new issue that the launch team was studying, and that's the possible liberation, as they say, of some RTV, a room temperature vulcanization, essentially caulk that is around the Orion, between Orion and panels that come off to reveal the solar panels for the Orion and European Service Module. The problem is essentially this: the caulk has a sensor in it, and it through camera inspections of the rocket, they have been able to determine that it is loose and could potentially come off. This is the same issue that was brought before a mission management team, which evaluates additional risks to the rocket, just a day ago. This happened after Hurricane Nicole passed through and delaminated some of the caulk around the bottom of Orion that connects to those panels. The team has determined that this caulk that encompasses this sensor on Orion is likely to come off after launch. And so the engineering team went and did a full analysis on what that debris trajectory could be once it comes off. And they evaluated that it falls within the same amount of risk that was evaluated by the mission management team a day ago. And so with no additional risk, that constraint has been removed. The engineers going on further to say that the RTV, as was discussed a day ago, is a loose and pliable material that is unlikely to cause a higher risk due to damage. They say it's likely to hit the LVSA, which is the adapter, the cone-shaped adapter that meets Orion and comes down, and the ICPS, and then comes down to the core stage. It is a rigid structure that would be able to withstand the impact of that RTV. So that constraint was just removed after discussion between engineers and the NASA test director, launch director, and mission management chair, Mike Serafin. And so now we continue on. We are slipping into the launch window. Currently 9 minutes into the launch window, which ends at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is currently evaluating the work they have left to do and how much time it will take them to complete it before they can start polling for go. That would normally happen 15 minutes before launch, and we are not ready to resume that polling at this moment. And so we are going into the window. The question is, how deep are we going into the window? A rough calculation of the work, and this is a rough calculation just for the benefit of those who are watching and those who are here to watch the launch, is no earlier than 1:45 a.m. That again is a rough estimation. This work has to be evaluated, calculated, and a new T0 given, and currently at this moment we don't have that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So, yeah, we can break away for, I won't have to listen in and monitor. It's going to be at least 1:45. That's the rough calculation. So, yeah, we'll just continue to eavesdrop every now and then, get the latest updates, and see if they get that actual countdown clock moving again. Yeah, that's right in line with my calculations there a little bit ago. I said 1:32 o'clock. That's where it looks to be. All right, quickly, before we get back to your calls, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. But we're talking about our Thanksgiving travelers weather. Yeah, out west, we had left off there with some of the mountain passes possibly closed, including Donner Pass, that will force travelers on I-80 to change your route to reach your destinations before Thanksgiving dinner. And, of course, for those, and there's always freight moving out there, not nearly as much, but there are truck drivers that obviously will not get home for Thanksgiving. If you're going to be moving freight in that part of the country, you're going to have to take the alternate route. I guess most of the time you drop down to take the southern route, right, to stay out of the shutdowns. Better travel weather is in the forecast for Los Angeles, San Diego, Las Vegas, and Phoenix. Further to the east, let's head over to the other side of the country. It looks like chilly but dry weather in the forecast for most of Wednesday, including New York City, Boston, Chicago, and down into the Atlanta area. Not everyone in the east will have tranquil weather conditions. Cold front that's expected to clash with warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico will be sparking some rain and thunderstorms over parts of the southern plains and the Mississippi Valley. Of course, that rain is much needed for the parched Mississippi River, but it could lead to delays for motorists as well as air travelers. Flight delays and cancellations due to the weather could then have an accordion effect across the country, possibly disrupting flights to or from cities where conditions are actually dry and calm. You say, what's going on? If you're going to be headed out to turkey trots or parades or football games, last-minute travelers could face some poor weather conditions on Thanksgiving Day, as multiple storm systems will be bringing rain and snow across a big swath of the country. Forecasters have warned about the possibility of a big storm in the eastern U.S. on Thanksgiving. They've been talking about this since back in the middle of October. That forecast is still predicted to play out with rain and thunderstorms stretching from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes next week. Snow showers and flurries possible along the northern edge of the storm. And they do say widespread rain and snow are also forecast for the Pacific Northwest, the Northern Rockies, Northern and Central California. Of course, weather will not be a factor for the NFL games next Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, since all three of those games will take place in stadiums that have a roof. Although, of course, the pregame tailgaters in Detroit and Dallas may have to deal with some unsettled weather that might dampen some of your festivities outside the stadium. And they're already telling us stormy weather could linger over much of the eastern U.S. right into your Black Friday. That may dampen some of the holiday spirit for the bargain-hunting shoppers out there and for the people that are going to be traveling immediately after Thanksgiving, which some people do. They, again, try to get the jump head home before the mad rush on the big Sunday after Thanksgiving. Number 2 of the big travel days. All right, it's 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we've heard from Always Movin'. How we been?
Hiding under the covers till the political aftermath subsides.
Yeah, hiding out. Yep.
I couldn't stand the commercials. I can't stand we're still blaming President Trump for everything, and ignoring Joe Biden and just the whole thing. It's just I'm absolutely blown away that the American people would vote to keep any of that opposing group in. It just boggles my mind. But anyway, I have two interesting highway stories to share. One, I returned from vacation. I was off there the end of October on vacation, thoroughly enjoyed it. Returned, and south of Columbus, they have been doing all of this construction on I-71. And where they've really been doing the most is around the Groveport Road. I forget the name of the exits and stuff. I only drive by it all the time for 10 years. Anyway, there's a stretch about 3 miles they've been working on converting it from 2 lanes into 3. And return from vacation, heading up that way, and you go down a long hill, and there's a bridge. And through that entire way, it's about a 3-mile stretch, some fool somewhere, somehow, with all that brand new blacktop, let somebody drive that cut ruts into the middle lane.
Oh, boy.
All the way through the 3 miles. And how I found it was you're driving along, and then all of a sudden my tires started screaming at me. It's a real funny sound. And I couldn't figure out what it was, and then I realized I'm in a rut, and I looked, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's ruts in the brand new road. And, you know, if you go to the left, they still have some, you know, cans up, drums up. And so you're running along the edge of those drums to try to get out of those ruts, or you go to the right side, but in that middle lane, and it's a continuous line. And I thought, now, how in the world did they get that much blacktop put down all at once and let somebody do that? And you know, it's a car width. It's not a semi that went over it. So anyone driving up that way, watch out for that middle lane, because that's I'm sure that's going to be hard on car tires. I avoid it. I get over to the right the whole way and through that 3-mile section. But I thought, isn't that a waste of our tax dollars? And I hope they find out who did it and fire them.
Yeah.
That's a fireable thing.
And of course,
The
think about
other
the fact when you get rain, there's going to be ponding of water in those ruts, and that'd be a big time hydroplane risk in that stretch.
Yeah, I mean it's really like, how do you fix this unless you tear up all of that through there and redo it again? How do you fix that? And this is they're deep ruts in it. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You get in it and it's a trench. So the other story I have, very, very sadly, you know, I always say I'm fabulous because God lets me wake up every day. And one of my very, very, very dear friends at work in engineering suffered a stroke and did not wake up.
Wow.
And my age, 64, and just absolute sunshine. Mr. Positivity, Mr. Sunshine, gave the best bear hugs in the world. And every morning he'd come in and give me a great big bear hug. And that's how I would start my day. And really, really missing him. I've really, this has been a hard one for me to take in. But anyway, I went up to his funeral services in Columbus, and driving back, the funeral ended at 11 in the morning. And so driving back, I'm headed out of Columbus on I-71, and with that all-new expansion, it's 4 lanes coming out of Columbus in southbound and 4 lanes northbound. And as you're headed south in the 4 lanes, Frank Road goes off to the right. Great big wide new exit ramp there to Frank Road. And I see a police car there, and I'm like the only one on the highway at the time. And I see a police car right where the exit is, right in the V that the lines on the side of the road make. And then something on the road, and then an ambulance, and the drivers get out of the ambulance, and they put their hands out and shrug their shoulders like, what? You know, why were we called here? And I'm looking at this large tan thing on the ground, and I went, somebody called in a person, and in fact it was a deer. You know, it was a deer hit.
Mm-hmm.
And it had been hit several times. It was pretty messy. The next day I got to work, and guess what? It was not a deer, it was a person.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and that's what they couldn't figure out what it was. And get this, the person, and I guess they went back and looked at their cameras, but the person was walking along the road, and why he was there, I have not a clue. It was a man, and maybe suicide, I don't know. But anyway, was struck at 6:15 in the morning, hit the ground and was struck again and laid there for 5 hours, and nobody recognized it as a person.
Wow.
Nobody recognized it. And finally a call came in at 11:03, and as I drove by, when they walked up on him, they said he was declared dead at 11:11, and I'm like, yep, that's right. When I was driving by, and they got out of their cars and walked over to see it. But and then as the updates were coming in, they said, well, apparently nobody realized it was a person because it was so badly mangled. And I thought, well, what I saw, I didn't see clothes because I was looking to see if it was a person. But all I saw was a lot of tan, and I figured it was the belly of the deer, but it was in fact, like, the abdomen and legs and stuff. I don't know, but it was pretty messy. He was struck more than twice.
Wow.
And right there in that V, and you think of the thousands of cars that drove by there in a 5-hour time, and nobody realized that was a person. Isn't that sad?
Wow.
Isn't that sad? So those are my two cool highway stories. And what's new with you?
Just gearing up for this Artemis launch. Hopefully they'll be able to get this thing off the ground this morning.
Oh, are they having another launch? I haven't seen that one.
This is going to be the moon launch, the one that was delayed. Yeah, we're tracking that. The launch, it's 1:04 here a few minutes ago. The launch window opened. They've had some issues, some delays, and it may launch within maybe before the top of the hour.
Oh, that would be cool. Did President Trump announce that he was running again tonight? I thought they were supposed to do that tonight.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was about 9 o'clock. He came on live, and yes, he's coming back to make America great again. The official announcement.
Good for him. I'll sign up and vote for that. Anyway, well, I will let you go. I know it's time for the news, but I just wanted to check in and let you know I'm still kicking.
It's good to hear.
Still out here kicking and doing my thing.
And sorry about the loss of your friend. That's sad. It's the things we all have to go through in life, right? Because we're not getting any younger. All right, what are we looking at? 844-3388. We'll get a news break just ahead here. And when we come back, maybe we'll start monitoring once again, get the latest update, what's taking place with the Artemis launch. Will they get this thing up? Between now and 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time is when the launch window will be closing. We shall see live here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of the holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. House Republicans nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy 188 to 31 to be Speaker in a closed-door conference meeting on Tuesday. A last-minute protest challenge came from Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, a former chairman of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. Biggs sought to demonstrate that McCarthy lacks the support to seize the gavel when the full House meets to choose the Speaker early next year. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, during the news break there, Mission Control came down with word that all the different, they have a number of different communication channels that they would be on. Everybody's been instructed to go to a universal. Everybody's going to be on the same channel, which would mean they should be getting close to where they go through that process. Downrange, go for lunch. Weather, go for lunch. All those different, and it takes about 15 minutes, they say, to go through that entire process. So, we'll continue to kind of eavesdrop, and I'll turn it back up and see if we can get some updates live from Mission Control. But it sounds like things are proceeding. They've got that launch window that goes till 3:04 a.m.
Okay, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding getting ready to conduct the readiness poll, so we are getting close.
There you go. There's the official word. We're getting close. So I'll continue to watch closely here and monitor. Hey, got the latest numbers, prices at the pump this week, diesel prices. Haven't heard much more about a diesel shortage, but Pro Miles numbers said the price per gallon is indeed up a few cents per gallon over the past week. Pro Miles produces a report that's similar to the Energy Information Administration. A key difference between the two is the type and number of stations in order to calculate the averages. Over half the regions reported an increase in prices. New England's average diesel price surged by almost 15 cents. The Central Atlantic up 12.4 cents. The East Coast up nearly 10 cents per gallon. There were decreases in the western regions, with the California region seeing the largest drop. All right, so it sounds like they're kind of polling. Are we going to be go for
Weather
launch?
has no constraints, and weather is go for launch.
Copy LWO and mission manager.
So it sounds like they went through the process, polling, as they call it.
Launch director.
Launch director, mission manager on 232. The mission management team has been polled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis 1.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, launch director.
Go ahead, launch director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
Copy, launch director, and thank you. All right, we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD. CVSE here. Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time. In work. NTD.
RSR here.
Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy. Thank you.
Okay, so there you heard the poll from launch
All right,
director.
and all personnel, we are going to resume the clock here momentarily.
All right, when they do resume the clock, that will be starting at, I believe, 9 minutes and a few seconds. So we'll take care of business at hand here, and I'm gonna try to join in, and I want to cover that live once we get close to launch time there. Wheelchair Dave is on board. How we doing, Wheelchair Dave?
And all personnel, we are going to resume the clock.
Hey, I'm sharing the excitement with you, but if you could grab your NASA jacket, I think I would be looking at mission control.
Yeah, you know what? I've got it right over here.
Oh, you're going to have to get that, next break there. Wear that, baby, because we're getting ready to watch history right now.
Looky here, Dave. We're live on the Facebook and YouTube. I got my mission control jacket is on. NASA, ready to go here. How about that?
Fantastic. I tell you, this is so exciting. One of the reasons that I'm so excited about it is I get to remember, my dad's work with Neil Armstrong, and when him and some other people in the Rockwell thing, Dad wasn't solely responsible, but partially responsible for the training with Neil Armstrong there and the docking and the command module and the lunar module. So I get very, very excited on these launches, especially this one here, because those rockets on the side right there, those were the rockets that helped took the shuttle up,
Yes, sir, they are. And I mean, it's our first mission, moon mission, since I was just about, 50? It's been 50 years.
Yeah, and I think the shuttle, last time man was up in space with the shuttle, I think was 2011, I believe.
Yeah, yep.
But, this is really exciting. And I sent you oh, by the way, is the email working tonight?
Yes, indeed. I got a hold of Josh right after the show yesterday morning, and he called me on his way in about 8 o'clock a.m., and he got there, and apparently it was a server issue there in Mount Gilead. I guess everybody's email was down, but yeah, he got that back up and running, so everything is on track.
Great. Now, I do wish I was down at my house in Florida right now, because I could go out in the front yard and I could actually watch this launch from my front yard. Now, what I would see, I'd see the big mushroom cloud going up, or the flames and stuff from the rockets there, and believe it or not, visually, without any telescopes or binoculars or anything like that, I used to be able to see the first 7 minutes of the shuttle launches.
Wow.
You would see the flames go up, and then you'd see the burnout, and then you'd see the booster rockets separating and all that. And Philip, that calls in, I guarantee he sees that at nighttime every time he looks up and sees it.
This is the time where he would normally just be kind of getting up on a, well, I think he doesn't get up till more like 2 o'clock Eastern time, but I think he's out of bed waiting for this launch. He said he was going to get up early this morning so we could catch it. I'll tell you what, Dave, I know you've got it on your TV, but since we're down to apparently, we're about 5 minutes away from launch, let's just go take a listen, because this is kind of like history in the making here on a
clear out
Wednesday
any
morning.
hydrogen gas that may be there. You can see the crew access arm is already retracted. When there is crew during Artemis 2, it would happen at T-minus 6 minutes. But out of abundance of caution, they went ahead and retracted the arm well ahead of liftoff. Want to point your attention to the base of the mobile launcher. If something wasn't done to reduce the power from the pressure caused by the rocket's ignition and thunderous sound, it could damage the rocket. So the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that sequence start at T-minus 17 seconds. Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Firing room 1 is completely silent as they listen for the next call.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The core stage tank is now pressurizing to flight levels. The replenish valve to the liquid hydrogen tank now closing. The liquid oxygen tank will come a little later. Now we're arming the Orion Ascent pyros and transfer to internal power. The launch abort system, or LAS jettison motor, is now armed. On this flight, the abort motor is inactive because there is no crew on board. Up next is the flight termination system, or FTS, which gives the Space Force the ability to destruct the rocket if it goes in the wrong direction. Let's listen in for that.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
The flight termination system is now armed. Coming up at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, a big moment. This is where the RS-25 engines and their bleed go to high flow. It's been a little tricky to dial in.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Good word, we've passed that. The cryo team got the LH2 engine bleed pressure loop dialed in. They are now at the right temperature for launch. Countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Up next, GLS fires up the KPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
That now leads to the thrust vector control test at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That can proceed now, and we will see the engines gimbal at the bottom of the core stage. At T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you will hear the go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve, getting the air and moisture out.
GLS is go for perp sequence 4.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud caused from the super cold gaseous oxygen condensing the water in the atmosphere will disappear. You see it coming out there now. And there it goes, it's closed. LOX vent closed, pressure rising in the core stage LOX tank to flight levels. Coming up in 15 seconds, look for that thrust vector control actuator test. Engines will gimbal. And there they go. The 4 core stage RS-25 engines gimbaling around, testing the ability to steer the rocket into space. They will operate at 109% performance. Each RS-25 throwing down 500,000 pounds of thrust. All 4, 2 million pounds. Altogether with the boosters, 8.8 million pounds of thrust.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
Now the upper stage has gone to internal power. So power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery power. The same milestone is coming up for the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
The rocket's core stage, which houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those batteries. The count continues. A note now, shortly after liftoff.
1 minute.
Shortly after liftoff, Mission Control Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague, Leah Cheshire, will take over commentary. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. Coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, the GLS will hand off control to the ALS. This is the autonomous launch sequencer. On board the rocket, it will take over command and control of the rocket. But the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2 seconds.
GLS, go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing 15. Under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket.
Could you imagine being there?
607
How
miles
loud
per
that
hour.
would be.
You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated, these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation.
And that, my folks, my friends, is history in the making. What a sight. What a sight. After all the delays, months and months, and of course, untold millions of dollars in overrun costs. And this is the first step to returning man to the moon. So we actually listened in live for that crucial point. We all recall when you go through that maximum phase. Incredible. There you go. So actually it'll see the rocket leaving the Earth, and they actually had a photo where you could actually see the moon in the background there. And all right, pretty incredible stuff. All right, we'll get back to regular programming. Artemis with the Orion capsule. History making here on this 16th day of November, on its way with the unmanned mission to the moon. There you go. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, there you go. We're just about 5 minutes before top of the hour. So we'll take it all the way to the top. Let me get back to the calls here. Heat Wave, good morning, senor. History in the making live. How about that?
Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I was kind of half expecting the damn thing to either stop at 2 seconds before launch or about 1:30 just go kaboom.
Yeah,
this is a government-run organization, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Anyways, so you got your aviator glasses on along with your NASA jacket?
The Shorty said, hey, Steve, the jacket brought us good luck. That's a warm jacket. CNI Dog sent me that jacket several years ago. That's the one that has the patches from every one of the shuttle missions, the final shuttle mission.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Jolly Green talks about us cartoon characters out here. And, yeah, whenever a certain person gets on, it seems like they've got themselves in high gear, but they're not saying anything. They're just repeating over and over and over. then they finally get to the point. But by the time they finally get to the point, you just zone out, you know. So, but so Trump did announce his return to the campaign. Now, they're still investigating him. What happens if they decide they're going to prosecute him over some kind of BS? With him being an announced candidate, is there going to be a problem here as far as, you know, the Republicans stating that they're attacking a political candidate? Because
Going back
because they're going to try.
Going back a full week ago, remember I was sharing the headline. It said, which comes first, Trump's announcement or Trump's indictment? And you know they pretty much all said if they're going to indict. I mean, Trump gave them a full week's advance notice. You know, Tuesday a week ago, he said we got the big announcement. If they were going to indict, I would think they would have done it before he made that announcement last evening.
Yep, and you know, it's just that, I mean, I'm sure they can indict him at any time that they want. I mean, that was such a damn kangaroo court to begin with. I mean, well, we got two Republicans on. Yeah, right, Republican and name only. You know, and like where everyone's saying, it wasn't a fair investigation because it was one-sided. That was it.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking at a New York Daily News headline from just here a few hours ago. I guess this is like 7 o'clock this past evening. They said the clock is running out for the Justice Department, and if they're going to indict Trump, Attorney General Merrick Garland's battle has been less than underwhelming. And of course, now with that was just a couple of hours before he officially made the announcement. So. I'm almost inclined to feel like they don't really have enough to indict him.
And indict him on what? I mean, that's the whole thing. Made up stuff, spoofs.
That's the whole.
Really.
I think the whole indictment from Garland would have been in regards to those confidential or classified documents supposedly that he had there. At his home in Mar-a-Lago. That's what they were talking about indicting him for.
Well, you know what? I'm sure the other presidents have declassified documents when they have left office, and they either gave them to their libraries or they held on to them. And they're opening a damn can of worms, because if they do this to Trump, they're going to have to go all the way back to Jimmy Carter and see what he has at his house. They're going to have to look back to Bill Clinton. They're going to have to look back to George W. They're going to have to look back to Barack. I mean, you start off with one, the dominoes are going to follow.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to have to be investigated.
Yep. Well, hold that thought there. Heat wave, we're up to the news break, top of the hour. Rolling into a Wednesday, hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Walmart, the largest retailer in the United States, has agreed to pay $3.1 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits over its pharmacy's roles in the opioid crisis. The agreement follows tentative deals announced this month by CVS and Walgreens, which are still being negotiated. If finalized, the total amount from the three giant pharmacy retailers would reach about $13.1 billion. Including $400 million for Native American tribes. Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of a holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. With 99% of precincts reporting, the Democrat Warnock had 49.4% of the vote, and Republican challenger Herschel Walker had 48.5%. Murder at two American universities has communities reeling.
All flags in Virginia were lowered to half-staff on Tuesday after what the governor called a horrific tragedy. A University of Virginia student is accused of shooting 5 classmates on Sunday night in a parking garage. They were among 20 others on a bus returning from a field trip in Washington, D.C. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Meanwhile, in the Midwest, 4 University of Idaho students were found dead at a home near the campus in Moscow, Idaho, in what officials cryptically described as a crime of passion. And although they're treating it as a murder, they've said little about how the victims died. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Biden spoke late Tuesday on Poland's accusations that a Russian-made missile killed 2 of its citizens. The missiles fell into a village near Poland's border with Ukraine. The president reportedly said preliminary information contests it was fired from Russia. He spoke with Poland's president by phone, offering full U.S. support and help in Poland's investigation. Biden also held an emergency meeting of the Group of 7 and NATO leaders at the G20 summit to discuss the matter and ongoing attacks on Ukraine. Meanwhile, in Iran, tension also mounts.
Iran's Revolutionary Court has sentenced an anti-government protester to death and handed down jail terms to 5 others. The ruling is the first death sentence in the trials of those arrested for participating in protests that have swept Iran over the past couple of weeks, demanding an end to cleric rule. Iran has already issued indictments for hundreds of detained protesters, saying it will hold public trials for them. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Here at home, the U.S. Department of Transportation is ordering Frontier Airlines to pay out $222 million in refunds to its customers. That penalty's over significant scheduling problems during the COVID-19 pandemic. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream, or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so a successful launch, finally, of the Artemis 1. How about that? History here on a Wednesday. And we were able to listen in live. All right, back to Heatwave's comments. Will there be an indictment coming? And maybe the bigger question, why, if there was going to be, hasn't an indictment already come down? Hey, New York Daily News. I do not believe that is a conservative publication, right? Had their little opinion piece, which says, it's been 100 days on the shot clock since the Mar-a-Lago search. Remember going in, pulling out all those documents? It's been many months since the Department of Justice investigation began. Just last month, Bloomberg reported the Justice Department prosecutors believed they had sufficient evidence to charge the former president with obstruction of justice from the classified documents. However, from all that appears, they have not yet recommended such an indictment to Garland. You got all these reports, right? The New York Times reports the damning evidence that a security camera caught a long-serving Trump staffer moving boxes after the subpoena demanding the return of all the documents. The Washington Post shortly thereafter piled on, with the statement that a Trump employee told investigators that documents were moved at Trump's explicit direction after the subpoena. Now, there's this so-called unwritten Justice Department policy of not filing an indictment within 60 days of an election. And there's the consideration of maybe the December 6th runoff. They're in Georgia. Everybody's saying, well, it's wrong to wait. You can't be an effective prosecutor if you're afraid to lose. Now, this guy says the best bet for a speedy prosecution of Trump would be the Fulton County case there in Georgia. And, the attempt to pressure officials shortly after the 2020 election by Trump to get the votes to win the state of Georgia, supposedly. The prosecutor is bound by Justice Department policies about not indicting before an election or reported public interest concerns about not indicting a candidate for president unless we want to appear to be a banana republic. All right, there was a Brookings report just released that concluded Trump is at substantial risk of criminal prosecution in Fulton County. If so, at least somebody will hold the guy accountable. Again, so that was literally 2 hours before Trump made the announcement this past evening from his residence there in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Heatwave. We'll see. What do you think? Do you think an indictment's going to come down? They're going to do whatever they can to stop him.
Well, they're afraid of the man. That's it, plain and simple. They are afraid of him because he has exposed the underbelly of the swamp over there. He has shown who is and who ain't working for the American people, and they are absolutely scared of him. Why? He just exposed them. That's it. And he got so much done with all the opposition against him, including from his own party. Wow. In 4 years, he done more than those that have been in for 8, for positive, in a positive sense. So I'm sure that the Democrats, the liberals, the weaponized FBI, they're going to do whatever it takes to get Trump out. And then who are we going to be with? Well, there's DeSantis. And there's Marjorie Greene Taylor. And then there's that governor out of South Dakota, whatever her name is. So, I mean, we do have some viable options out there, and we do have some business, pro-business governors that are willing to, fight for the businesses. So,
well, don't forget Mike Pence. Come on, Mike Pence.
Screw him. I'm not even. He's not even in my vocabulary. So I'm not. No. I'm not even worried about that. So yeah, I don't know what to say about that. It's just, we've got pro-business governors out there that actually understand the business acumen and what runs this country. So, well, did Sarah Huckabee Sanders, did she win the governorship of Arkansas?
Yes, yes, indeed.
Election?
Yes, she did.
She did.
Yes.
Boy, you sure didn't hear nothing about that, or at least I didn't. And I've been waiting a week to hear. So I guess that was something everybody wanted to keep hush-hush on. And what was that other governor's race out in Oregon or Washington State? One of those two. Did the Republican win the office?
I don't know. That one I'm not sure off the top of my head. Oregon or Washington. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's one of those two states. I bet it was Oregon having the governor race. Well, it's not a total loss. There are some people that do have common sense, and there's more of them than the other side. But that's the problem. We've got so many damn Looney Tunes on the left. They will vote what they want, and it's going to hurt the country, but they don't care. They're all they're going to do is blame Trump. Well, Trump set it in motion. No, Trump did not. These are policies of your lead jackass in office, and it's gone downhill ever since, literally from day one, minute one. Oh, Lordy. Well, we are late getting out of Albuquerque by 4 hours because we don't have the trucks, the sleepers. And in fact, we are in a Penske that does 65 on the floor and 70 on the cruise. Well, that's great, kind of. But, we don't have an ELD that can plug into this thing, so we're all working on paper. And we were pushed back 4 hours. And I talked to the driver of last night, yesterday morning, that was heading into Bloomington with this particular truck. Yellow Freight, they've got their heads so far up their hind ends, they do not want to get any input from the drivers, which I think would be valuable input, because we are out here suffering under their changes. The driver I had talked to said he had only 980 miles for all of last week. Now, that is going to be one poor paycheck that he is going to be getting. He had been number one on the board since Saturday morning, and he just got out Monday at 6 p.m. It seems like whenever our dispatchers, who, by the way, there's only two of them, and they are heavily burdened by the nonsense Yellow is putting out. They will not hire any more dispatchers just yet, and if they do, it's going to take them 6 weeks before they can really be online to know what they're doing. But, I mean, these two dispatchers that we have, I'm surprised one of them came back from her vacation. They are so overwhelmed. And when another terminal, the dispatcher leaves, ours has to cover. And if we don't have a dispatcher here in our terminal, then Phoenix has to cover. And it is so messed up. And I asked the gentleman, I says, well, who can you call to, I'm thinking maybe he can call the union hall and see, talk to them about, what's going on with the operations here. So maybe our union hall can call Yellow and say, what is going on? You're hurting our drivers. Well, he said he called directly to the vice president of the company. I was like, oh, well, that's nice. I hope the people up there listen. Right now, we've got a hiring spree going on, but we either don't have the freight or we don't have the tractors to run, yet they keep adding to the numbers. And it's like, what are you really trying to set us up for disaster? I don't know. It is beyond me. And D Ranger put down on the Overnight Drive fan page about the stocks that Yellow has right now, and it is below $4 a stock. That $700 million loan that was floated to the company that the company has to pay back. Whenever they got the loan, the stocks were as high as like $17 a share. And they were pennies at one time, $1.11, $1 a share. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. What business out there can make money when they got all these shares out there, yet they're only selling for, pennies on the dollar, if you really want to look at it that way. This is crazy. The too big to fail idea, I think, is going to be a thing of the past when this company does fail due to incompetent leadership at the top and mismanagement, both at the financial level and with the workers. So, Yellow may be something of a company gone by. So I'm going to stick with it to the very end, I guess, if it does happen, because we all like a paycheck. But damn, that's all I can say about that. So anyways, heading to Bloomington, turn around, coming back, and we're going to do this one more time for the weekend gets here, and then we're going to get ready for Thanksgiving. We're going to see how that works out. So I'm done yapping for the night. I'm sure people are like, well, please get him off the air. He's putting us into a sour mood.
Ready for some turkey dinner, right? All right. Well, Heatwave, thank you for checking in. Have a good morning. 19 past the hour. Yeah, so indeed, Trump officially made his announcement about 9 o'clock this past evening, as anticipated. Run for the White House in 2024. All right. Of course, everybody's talking about it. The pundits all say, all right, well, who else? Who else? What's our alternative? Now, I think they all agree Donald Trump remains the most popular and influential politician or business person in the GOP. The most ferocious fundraiser among the grassroots and the overwhelming current leader in early Republican nomination polling. But according to a host of Republican leaders and strategists, this is not going to clear the field of potential contenders for the nomination. They said there's a popular Republican governor, Chris Sununu of New Hampshire, who cruised to re-election last week by double digits, who said that Trump's announcement, quote, does not clear the field. He himself has not entirely ruled out a White House run of his own. And he argued anyone who wants to run is still going to run. I don't know about that. But with that in mind, of course, they break down who would be the contenders. Obviously, topping the list, Ron DeSantis won his re-election by a landslide. 32 years younger than Trump, won his first election as governor thanks to a major assist from the then president, Trump himself. Now, he has witnessed his popularity among conservatives around the country over the past 2.5 years, courtesy of his pushback against the COVID restrictions, his actions as a culture wars warrior. And he's targeted the media and big corporations. If he decides to launch a campaign, do not expect an announcement anytime soon. A source in the governor's political orbit told Fox News that any announcement would not happen until after Florida's legislative session, which ends in the month of May. Yes, they've got former Vice President Mike Pence on the list. I don't see him going anywhere. In So Help Me God, former Vice President Mike Pence showcases successes of the Trump-Pence administration, but also spotlights new criticism of Trump that will probably generate plenty of headlines. He has been crisscrossing the country over the past year and a half on behalf of other Republicans running for the midterms. He did make numerous stops in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, of course, the first 4 states in the nominating calendar. There's much more to the list. Mike Pompeo, remember the former Secretary of State? He's been a frequent visitor to some of the early voting states over the past year and a half as well. Pompeo said, whether we'll decide to get in the race and run for president, I cannot answer. But he emphasized we are doing the things that one would do to be ready to make such an announcement, then to engage the American people on the ideas we believe matter. And Pompeo's Political Action Committee has gone up with ads in the early voting states, another sign he's probably really considering a White House bid. Now, he's currently also a Fox News contributor. How about Nikki Haley? Remember that name? The former 2-term South Carolina governor served as ambassador to the UN during the first half of the Trump presidency. Another Trump alumni, very busy in the year 2022. Now, Nikki Haley, like Mike Pence and Pompeo, has demurred when asked if she'd launch a presidential campaign, but all she pretty much says is, we'll figure it out. But you know what I've said? I've never lost a race. I'm not going to start now. If there's a place for me, we will put a 100% in and finish it. How about Virginia? I'm not real familiar. Glenn Youngkin, a politician on demand on the campaign trail this summer and fall, helping fellow Republicans who were running in the midterms. He simply says we'll have to see how things pan out. He's incredibly flattered to be in the discussions. The fact that his name is in the national mix, he said, pretty overwhelming. Tim Scott, South Carolina, the rising star in the Republican Party, one of the party's top fundraisers, the only black Republican in the Senate, who cruised to re-election last week to what he's said will be his final 6-year term in the Senate. He did say, I wish I'd lived long enough to see perhaps another man of color elected president in the United States, before adding, but this time let it be a Republican. Maryland's Governor Larry Hogan, the term-limited governor of the blue state of Maryland, a frequent visitor to New Hampshire this year. He also made stops in Iowa. A vocal critic of Trump who touts that he's a common-sense conservative. He said here a few months ago, I think there's 10 people who want to be the next Donald Trump, and I think there may be a different lane for someone like him. Then you got Ted Cruz, of course. Yeah, don't forget Ted Cruz. Others to keep an eye on, they say. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, who was just reelected last week, very popular with conservatives and the Trump loyalist. I like Kristi Noem. Yeah, pundits view her as a potential contender if Trump were to decide against running, or possibly a running mate if Trump runs, which of course we now know he is. No mention of who a running mate might be. Rick Scott of Florida has repeatedly said he's running for re-election in 2024, but the pundits view this multimillionaire chair of the Republican Senatorial Committee as indeed a White House hopeful. They actually listed Chris Christie, which I said, no way. Yeah, Chris Christie left as a disgrace. All right, then Marco Rubio, a veteran of the 2016 presidential nomination firefight with Trump. Of course, last week he rolled to a double-digit re-election victory. It was a big surprise also in Florida. The senior senator from Florida has consistently not ruled out making another White House run in the future. But again, much as the case was for the 2020 election, I don't think Rubio's going to go anywhere. But hey, there's a whole laundry list of names that are being floated around there. All right, 5-7 on board. What's happening this morning? You know what, 5-7? I look at the clock and I say, hell, it's a minute before the break. So hold that thought. Hang on. We'll get you coming up out of the break. Philip going to be checking in from Florida. We'll get a live update. I'm assuming he was able to witness that because it lit up the sky. What a launch. Artemis on its way to the moon at this hour. It's the dream we all have, lottery ticket. We all want to be a winner, but hey, this truck driver from Ontario, Canada, William Ellison, again, a regular lottery player. He says he's been playing the lottery for 20 years, but back in September, the first time he couldn't believe what he saw. I went to the store, checked my ticket with the little ticket checker, 230,000 and some change. So, whoa! Says he plans to invest his winnings, purchase a new truck, and maybe take a vacation. There you go.
USA Radio News.
Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of a holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. House Republicans nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy 188-31 to be Speaker in a closed-door conference meeting on Tuesday. A last-minute protest challenge came from Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, a former chairman of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. Biggs sought to demonstrate that McCarthy lacks the support to seize the gavel when the full House meets to choose the Speaker early next year. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321321. That's GRIT to 321321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a handful of industry headlines we'll get to coming up here in a bit. The FMCSA, just this past day, issuing what they call guidance regarding their interpretation of the definition of a broker and bona fide agents. They're taking comments on that. All right, we'll tell you more on that coming up. Latest on the threat of a railroad strike, which we now will not occur until December the 9th. If I had to make any wagers, I'd say it's going to happen unless the railroads come to terms and offer some paid time off for these unions, because that's their demand and they're not backing down. And update on, hey, maybe here's one explanation on. We oftentimes say, where in the hell did that guy or gal get a driver's license, a commercial vehicle license? Yeah, we know there's a whole bunch out there that obviously aren't qualified to drive a big truck. Well, it's scenarios like this. A big operation in California where prosecutors have announced the successful prosecution of like 20 individuals, DMV workers, truck school owners, and affiliates, all involved in a big scheme providing CDLs to unqualified candidates. I mean, in this individual case, to the tune of hundreds of such licenses. All right, so updates all coming your way ahead here. All right, 5-7, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I report on that shot down here, up here in South Carolina. It had an area where it was dark and there was no. And the problem is we had a lot of, heavy clouds. So I was thinking, well, maybe you'll even high clouds might show some kind of a light, because I sat down in our front yard in Melbourne, Florida, and watched the only night shot of the Apollo going to the moon. And I, to this day, remember it looked like the nuclear bomb going off on the horizon.
Wow.
So I was hoping to get a catch of that. Going on to Always Moving. Yes, I understand. I'm back. I don't know how long back it was. I was going across Route 50, and it was in the fog, and it's just at the crack of dawn. I mean, it's where you can't even see. It's so thick you can't even see the headlights of the trucks ahead of you. It's like a white fog. And yeah, I thought I run over a sack of clothes or whatever. All the drivers was on CB. Nobody said nothing. And I guess later on that week, I find out here that was somebody. And state police were, state police said they weren't looking for anybody because the blood alcohol in that was extremely high. So he shouldn't have been laying on the roof.
Wow.
I told him. But that experience which she had was beneficial. But for a couple of years ago, I was going across I-26 in Charleston. Well, I seen an exit in right there at the get-on ramp, 2 trucks sitting on the side of the road with their flashers on. And you could just barely see. They had the backup lights on the tractor, and they were lighting up the road, which is not helping you, blinding you to what's in the road. First off, they must have run over a bag of trash or something in the road. So, I eased over to the left, and I thought, well, shoot, there looks like a football. It wasn't no football. It was a man's head laying there. Thank God I got over and stayed away from that, or I'd have been involved in it.
Wow.
So it just, when people get out in the road, and I understand the guy and his girlfriend had an argument. He gets out and decides to end the argument, I guess. So, when you get hit by a truck, it don't always work out.
No, not good.
I guess he exploded. But the previous experience like that, I get over. You don't want to just drive over stuff anymore if you can avoid it. And but don't feel bad. I imagine we've all had that experience out here because it's so common to drive over deer carcasses and stuff like that. So I just it seemed like it was bothering her. You're not the only one it's happened to, and it's hey, people have to take responsibility for getting drunk and walking around on a foggy road. I guess that's terrible. But I really excited. I was hoping to catch a glimmer of light from that because, and you're going to have to get another patch for your jacket now. You're going to have to start wearing that jacket on them shots. Like the jacket now,
right?
And those rockets were tied to the shuttle, so whoever gave you that jacket needs to send you another patch.
Need a new patch, huh?
Yeah, buddy. Okay, other than that, I'm waiting forward for Philip's update. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the ride, Tim Boy.
There you go. Sound like a plan. Let's do that. We'll jump on down there to Florida. Morning, Philip. How about that launch? That was pretty. I mean, even the audio, just listening in, it had to be just an incredible, thunderous launch.
Yeah, we were out in the yard, me and my wife, watching it, and I got to give them kudos, man. That was pretty bright when that's the worst thing that came out on my. I told my wife, I said, man, that thing is bright. Like 5.7 said, it looked like something like you'd see in, that light on the background. It's scary stuff, but they did a good job. They got her up there. That's a good thing, and nobody got hurt. That's, I was really surprised that they worked through it. I woke up at about 10 to 1 to watch it, and I woke up that they were delayed. When did the delay start, Steve? I don't know. I was sleeping.
10 o'clock p.m. They had a leak, the liquid, not the oxygen, but is it the nitrogen? Yeah, they had the main
hydrogen.
Tank. Okay, the main tank was full. They got up to the upper stage or whatever, and then what is it when they're trying to use a smaller line to keep the bottom tank topped off or whatever? There was a leak there. They actually had to send the red team out there to physically torque down some bolts to stop the leak, and it worked. Took them about an hour to do that. Then there was an issue with downrange. They lost one of their satellite or one of their radar feeds, and they had to fix that. Turned out to be an Ethernet cable, so they worked through all that. But 147, it went up.
Yeah, I know that they call that replenishment. So what happens is when you put cryogenic fuel in a tank, if you want that tank to be completely full at 100%, you have to replenish it. And that's what happened. And they boil it off. The fuel boils off because it's below zero, the fuel. So it's boiling off. You got to keep it going, and that's probably was that what you were talking about?
That's because when they had that initial tank full, and then when they found the leak in the other, they had to stop the replenishment, and in an hour's time, I think it dropped down to like 78%. I mean, that's a lot of fuel they lost.
Yeah, I know. They when I went to bed last night, they were doing the fast fueling on it, and that fast fueling, they can get it fueled up pretty good with that. But it reminded me a lot of the shuttle. I mean, the way it looked, and I couldn't see it all the way up. I saw the big fire plume. I didn't hear the booms because the way it went, and this is probably why Terry didn't see it either, is when that thing takes off, it was supposed to go due north, but when you push back the launch time, it pushed it further east. So it went further east than it normally did. So like up on the East Coast, they didn't see it. They're not going to see it, further on the East Coast. And we have a lot of clouds down here. I'm not sure about up north. Did that front move through?
Yeah, I believe it did. I mean, all the rain that was coming your way this past day, I was kind of surprised when I got up. That's all the rain they're getting in the Northeast this morning. But
yeah, we had clouds, and they were broken, and you could see it. I mean, when it lifted off, I mean, it lit up over there to the east. I mean, it looked like the sun was coming up. And then when she got up there and you saw that fire plume, that's always amazed me with the shuttle. I wasn't a real big fan of that program as far as, we talked about it before, but as far as the hydrogen and that oxygen thing. But it's amazing to see something that big and that amount of fire coming out the back of it, and you're like, how in the heck is that thing actually doing that? But it was cool. Kudos to them. They got her off the ground. It's on its way now. When I left the house, they were getting ready to put the solar arrays out on it. So it's going to be neat what they do with it.
Yep.
But let's just see if they can keep doing it. So, but Steve, before I go, what did you think about that situation in Poland?
yeah, we just briefly touched on that. I mean, they've got some emergency meetings. NATO has an emergency meeting. The G7's got an emergency meeting. I think, I believe it was probably some missiles that had been launched from Russia that maybe were intercepted by missile defense systems in Ukraine that knocked them off trajectory, and they ended up over in Poland. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I know that we've got missile defense systems in Poland because we helped them with them when they first started this war in Ukraine. I know there's missile defense systems that were put into Poland, and hopefully it was something like that. But I do know that, and I heard this last night on the Euro News, that the CIA had a meeting with the Russians, and I'm not sure who it's, their intelligence agencies, but they are having meetings because Russia's really, as far as the nuclear stuff, they want to keep in contact with our intelligence because they don't want to have an issue with that going off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they don't want to play no games with it. So I was kind of shocked when I heard that the CIA was meeting with the Russians, but I don't know. Have you heard anything about that?
Meetings between who?
The CIA and the Russian intelligence agency.
No, that I have not. No, sir.
Yeah, I heard about that last night. I don't know. You might want to check into that one and see. But, you know, I hopefully everybody keeps on the same page with that nuke stuff. We don't want to get that stuff flying. But getting back to the flight, it was a good thing. Everything looked pretty clean. I mean, it looked really good. So, kudos to them. Got it off the ground. They were going. So we'll talk to you later, buddy.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there, Philip in Florida. There you go. You have almost 9 million pounds of thrust at launch right about an hour ago. How about that? Lit up the sky, shook the ground. This mission to the moon, by the way, is expected to last at least 25 days. So everything ongoing. I was kind of getting some of the updates where he mentioned the solar panels. The solar arrays have opened up. They've completed their deployment. Those solar arrays are drawing power, and the early data suggest good performance. Then there's what they call the perigee raise maneuver. That was next on the list. That has been successfully completed. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage fired for just over 20 seconds to raise the lowest point of Orion's Earth orbit in preparation for what they call the critical translunar injection burn, which would then send Orion to the moon. That translunar injection burn is targeted to occur about 3:14 a.m., about 30 minutes from now, somewhere in right about that time frame. So everything going well at this point in time. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as far as the potential for a railroad strike, the threat of such a strike has been pushed back to early December as 4 major unions have all agreed to coordinate the date which they would be potentially going on strike. The third largest railroad union, the Brotherhood of Maintenance and Way Employee Division, has been prepared to strike as soon as November 20th. Yeah, that was on Sunday, the Sunday before Thanksgiving. But they announced that they've agreed to extend the negotiations until at least December the 4th. Now, that's the deadline set by another union, the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen. The rank and file members of both unions rejecting the tentative agreements, most of it over the lack of sick pay. Now, a strike by any one rail union would lead to the shutdown of the major freight railroads, as all the other unions, even those that have ratified contracts, would honor the picket lines. That could cause severe economic problems, as 30% of America's freight moves by rail when measured by weight and distance traveled. The two largest unions, that's the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, and then you've got the Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Union representing conductors. They are currently holding their ratification votes. Will they accept or ratify the deals? Most are inclined to believe they will not. The results of their votes are due on November the 21st, so 5 days from now. Now, if one or both of those unions reject the deals, they also are prepared to strike December the 9th. If one or both of those contracts are voted down, it said they're ready to push their strike date back to December the 9th as well. We'll have the opportunity to bring all of the rail labor together under a single deadline to finish all the national negotiations. All right, so we'll see what they come up with. If one goes down, they all go down, and that's the way the things shake out. Hey, what's happening this morning?
Oh, I guess we're supposed to start out. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Must be a hump day.
Yeah, Moon Day. Going to Moon is Moon Day, right?
Kind of a historical morning there. How'd you like that launch? Was that pretty cool to tune into?
Yeah. Sounded good. Didn't see any of it yet, but we'll check that out later there and get home. But anyways, there. So now, yesterday you were talking about this thing that they were putting up and deploying a big balloon or something that's supposed to be like a reflecting thing and
heat shield.
Now get this. How about if we use this to combat the global warming? Do you think we can put a bunch of these things up in the air and have them up there and deploy them, and during the daytime we can block out the sun so that the earth doesn't get as warm, so that you don't have all that global warming problem, and then they'll come down in the afternoon or evening or whatever, and then you can deploy them again, and just keep putting them up and bring them down and putting them up and bring them down.
Feathers,
what do you think of that?
They're only 20 feet in diameter, for the love of God. They're not going to create that big of a shadow.
Well, we just need a lot of them.
A whole bunch of them,
yeah. Well, hey, look what Elon Musk is doing with this Starlink. How many satellites is he going to have out there circling the Earth? Maybe if we can put these shields, or have something like what they did with that James Webb telescope with that great big screen thing they got on that, just to start shading the Earth a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Hey, somebody's got to think outside the box. If we're gonna get rid of fossil fuel and rely on the rest, of course, there might be a problem with solar energy if we block the sun out, wouldn't there? Huh. Well, maybe we better think this through a little more here before we get into that too deep. But anyway,
it's too late.
So.
Too late. You've already gone head over heels.
Yeah. Well, be like everything else. Just start the program. Just throw a whole bunch of money into the program, then we'll find out it don't work, right? And if you lose $1 trillion here or lose $1 trillion there, it's no big thing there. We we throw trillions of dollars around all over the place now, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Don't even know where it ends up anymore. So, but anyways, yeah, we ended up with a pretty good soggy night overnight here. We got decent amount of rain all day yesterday there, but never been down below about 30. I don't know. I think I saw 35 was the coldest, and everything else is staying right about 38 degrees, but still a little bit of misty rain in that. And you were talking about the people up there in New England there and saying how there was going to be some heavy weather to the east of Boston. Now, were you talking about the maritime people, or what was that about there?
No, I was.
You go
I
much
was
east of
saying
Boston, you get really wet.
I was at the time, the city of Boston. I mean, you've got the city itself, but about the east side of the city, it was raining. On the west side, it was snowing. Right now, it looks like they're kind of back into the rain. Maybe some of the freezing rain west of Boston.
Yeah, I was thinking that there was people out there on east of Boston there. They were getting pretty wet anyways.
They'd be on
out in
boats.
that Atlantic
They'd
Ocean.
be in boats.
Yeah, they'd be on boats. Yeah. So I don't know. So anyways, sounds like upstate New York's going to get ready for their snowmobile season pretty early here, and a little bit of their skiing and cross country skiing and stuff. And but how many years ago was it? What was it? They had one storm there, and I think it's been 10 years or less that they had that 7 feet of snow in Buffalo. That early storm there, they ended up with 7 feet.
That's
out
about
there.
what they're about to get once again. Yeah, hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A senior U.S. defense official says that Russian missiles have crossed into NATO member Poland, killing 2 people in a village near the Polish-Ukrainian border. Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Pat Ryder asked during Tuesday's briefing about the United States' commitment to their NATO partnership.
You know, as I mentioned, we're looking into these reports, don't have any information to corroborate them at this time, so I don't want to speculate or get into hypotheticals. When it comes to our security commitments and Article 5, we've been crystal clear that we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
House Republicans back Kevin McCarthy as Speaker in a closed-door meeting, a key step he needs moving forward to win the gavel, with the result also showing that he has more work to do to win the full vote of the chamber on the floor next year. This as Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott announced a challenge to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in a closed-door party lunch on Tuesday, the first such opposition the Senate GOP leader is facing in 15 years at the helm. A tragedy over the weekend down in Dallas is going to take some time to sort out.
The federal investigation of the deadly mid-air collision of two World War II planes in Dallas over the weekend could take up to 18 months. 6 people were killed when a Bell P-63 King Cobra crashed into a B-17 during the Wings over Dallas Air Show on Saturday before thousands of spectators. The National Transportation Safety Board says GPS from the P-63 and an electronic flight display from the B-17 have been recovered, but both are damaged. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis isn't saying much about former President Trump ahead of his expected announcement of a presidential run. However, the governor is contrasting his success with those of Trump-endorsed candidates in last week's midterm elections.
Really what matters is, are you leading? Are you getting in front of issues? Are you delivering results for people? And are you standing up for folks?
Amazon is announcing around 10,000 layoffs.
As inflation continues to plague the American economy, Amazon is preparing layoffs that could total about 10,000 workers as the company continues broad cost-cutting. Amazon's layoffs, which could begin as soon as this week, are targeted for corporate employees and could affect Amazon's devices business, which includes Alexa products, as well as human resources and retail. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and GOP challenger Herschel Walker will face off once again in Georgia's runoff elections next month. As new senators-elect are welcomed into the Capitol building this week, Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says Republicans hope they are not yet done welcoming new colleagues.
I'm proud to welcome members of what will be the 118th Congress freshman class. I hope sincerely that each of our incoming colleagues will embrace the honor of this immense responsibility.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. So we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Mike. Yeah, hump day. What day is it? 16th day of November. Technically 1 week from one of the biggest travel days of the year. Yeah, next Wednesday it'll be Thanksgiving Eve. AAA tells us their calculations are 54 million Americans will be hitting the highways and the skyways, and yeah, the trains will be running, right? They'll still be running at that point. All right, got a heads up from Pappy here just a few minutes ago. Interstate 74 westbound at the 1 mile post is shut down. All lanes. Got a big truck overturned, spilling chicken guts and chicken grease all over the roadway. Uh-oh. So that's going to be a slippery, slimy mess, right? They're going to have to bring out the Dawn dishwashing liquid to clean that one up, right? So Interstate 74 westbound, that's on the Ohio side, headed into Indiana, all right? All lanes shut down this morning. It is 844-3388. All right, horse feathers. It's still hump day.
Sounds like somebody's got a load of biodiesel they got to clean up there.
That would be a slimy mess. Chicken guts and chicken grease. Ew.
Yeah, one of them big rendering trucks there. So yeah, they're a wonderful one to follow on like a 90, 95 degree day there out in the summertime there. Be going down the road following them, flies and everything all cruising around by them and that. Oh boy. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. What's it been like? Somewhere around the neighborhood of 10 years that Buffalo had that storm there where they had 7 feet of snow out there. You had all the trailers all buried and drifted over and, 8-10 feet of snow on top of trailers on the backsides of warehouses and stuff. And that was a pretty substantial storm there. So, but I guess for the last thing there, I guess the only real indictment that I would see coming possibly forward for Trump, you did mention the Georgia thing, but who was that one up there in New York City there? Was that Attorney General or something that she ran for her whole platform was she was going to get Trump. That was her platform.
Yeah, was that Letitia James? Wasn't that her name, Letitia James?
Yeah. something like that. So, I mean, is that still floating around out there that she can do, whatever for, the financial wise or?
That all became, I believe, much ado about nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, that's about what we got going for you there. So just looking for the skies to clear out. They were talking about by morning rush hour things were supposed to start drying up. So we'll see how all that pans out there. But Maryland was prepared there out there on 83. They did have all the salt trucks out there with snow plows on, and they did everything necessary in case they're ended up with 2 or 3 feet of snow down here. At 35 degrees. Yeah, not. So. Anyways, more wasted money, but whatever. That's the way they run. So, all right, we'll catch you later and talk to you in a bit. And have a good night.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. Yeah, going back in time, that was several months ago. See, tried to pull up some of the archived headlines. MSNBC: Are Trump's legal fortunes finally looking up in New York City? Indictment just got less likely. Now, that was all the way back in March. Let's see. Trump will not face charges in New York. It doesn't mean he did nothing wrong. That's headline from Mother Jones, CNBC. Trump should have been charged with crimes. So no, the New York thing turned out to be, like almost everything that makes headlines about Trump. Yeah, witch hunt. Much ado about nothing. All right, let's see. Eagle, are you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What's going on? Hey there, take 2.
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about a couple of things, Steve, that I didn't go over in the first call. First of all, Florida. I told you this a couple of months ago when I went to Florida to deliver a load. Florida is the way to go, Steve. I wasn't gonna tell you, but as much as I love Texas, if Greg Abbott would have lost out in Texas, I was probably gonna seriously think about moving in the next year sometime. Because you see what happens to these states where the Democrats are running in, you see how Florida is doing. I noticed when I was in Florida, things was rolling good. And, DeSantis has a good attitude, positive attitude, unlike, these other Democrats. When you go into these states, it's almost like, Steve, because I go to these, it's almost like there's a black cloud hanging over your vehicle as you drive into these states like California, Illinois, Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland, places, Atlanta, Georgia, places like that. It's almost like a black cloud is hanging over you, Steve, because the Democrats are running things, and you can see all the crime and the homelessness and people down on their luck because of what these losers Democrats are doing to these people. If you ever travel to some of these places, you'll probably notice the same thing that I noticed, especially when you go to Chicago. It's a sad situation in Chicago, Steve. They really ran that city into the ground, with this Beetlejuice, and then their loser governor that they got up there in Illinois. They totally destroyed Illinois, and it's really a shame what they did to that state. And it looks like I said before, Steve, it's not looking good for the state of Texas. Luckily we got Greg Abbott. And I'm gonna say this, Steve. I'm gonna talk to you what you said earlier about the border, and I'm gonna repeat. I don't know how many times I've said this to you. You already know the same old deal. Joe Biden, we still waiting for you to come down to Texas, brother. You can come down anytime you want and check out the border and see what's going on. Apparently, you're not worried about it. So like I say, we won't wait because we don't expect you to show up. But it would be nice if you do your job and come on down. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because this is a total joke. What's happening right now with the fentanyl rolling into the country? You got undocumented. Donald Trump said they keep saying 3 million people. Trump said tonight it could be 9 or 10 million illegal aliens. And like you said, it's eventually going to come back and bite you, Steve. Like Trump said again, you don't know who these people are that's coming across that border. They could be terrorists, international rapists, you name it. You name it, they coming in. And Joe Biden and Kamala ain't trying to stop nothing. It's really bad what's going on. And Greg Abbott, like you said, he has declared war on these people, Steve. And that he's the only thing that's saving Texas right now. Could you imagine what Texas would be like if Greg Abbott wasn't doing the things that he was doing? Because he's not getting any help from the federal government. If Biden wasn't, I mean, if Abbott wasn't doing what he was doing, Steve, Texas would be overrun with illegal aliens in the state. So I'm glad that he won the election. I'm glad that we got some kind of defense to help us for the next 2 years until hopefully Trump or somebody else get in the White House that can make some changes and get the job done. And one other thing I wanted to say to you before I hang up, Steve, I'm going to tell you all the things that we're going to do. Trump is going to actually reverse the stuff that Biden turned off when he got in the White House. Donald Trump said the first day he get in the White House, unlike Joe Biden, he's going to open up the pipeline and get the oil right here under our feet, as Trump like to say, instead of buying it from other countries on day one. When Trump get back in the White House, what he said. Then the other thing he said when he get in the White House, he said that he's going to make sure that illegals will stay in Mexico, which another thing that Biden overturned, the stay in Mexico deal. Now they can come on in the USA and stay scot-free. Those are two things that Trump said he's going to do on day one, and that's going to make an improvement in America instantly. And like I say, anybody out there, Steve, who thinks that there's a difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, my man, you're thinking real wrong. If you think that Biden cares about America, you're thinking real wrong. Donald Trump is the man for the job, and I promise you, America will be great again if you get a man like Trump in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. They point out that Ivanka Trump, remember Ivanka, there were a lot of folks saying, she should maybe one day run for the presidency. The former first daughter, Ivanka, was notably not in attendance this past evening for Donald's announcement. She said she's going to focus on raising her children and stay out of politics. She said, quote, "I love my father very much. This time around, I'm choosing to prioritize my young children and private life we're creating as a family. I do not plan to be involved in politics. While I will always love and support my father, going forward, I will do so outside the political arena. I'm grateful to have had the honor of serving the American people. I'll always be proud of many of our administration's accomplishments." Interestingly, her husband, Jared Kushner, did attend Trump's campaign event there, but Ivanka, not really interested in jumping back in the fray. All right, Bargain Hunter, got you coming up next, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I mentioned the headline out of California where, there's hundreds of people out there driving big trucks, ain't got a bit of business doing so. And you encounter them on any given day. Monday of this week, U.S. Attorney Philip Talbert announcing the successful prosecution of 20 people in the Eastern District of California for their role in a series of Department of Motor Vehicle corruption cases. Charges issued to the 20 defendants include bribery of public officials, identity fraud, unauthorized access to computers, conspiracies to commit those offenses. Defendants helped to put unqualified commercial drivers on our highways operating large commercial vehicles, even though those drivers had not passed the necessary written and driving tests. DMV employees accepted bribes to enter fraudulent test scores for applicants who had not even taken the tests or could not pass them if they did. Various trucking schools in California looked for corrupt DMV employees they could bribe to help failing or unqualified students get their CDL anyway. In total, hundreds of fraudulent commercial driver's license permits and licenses were issued as a part of these schemes, which obviously jeopardizes public safety. They listed the names of the 20 involved, and majority of the names ended in Singh, S-I-N-G-H, Singh, and some Gonzalez, and I didn't bother to print up the whole list, but hundreds before all was said and done, and they're out there on the roads. Bargain Hunter, good morning.
Morning, Steve. I was listening to that Artemis 1 from your broadcast. And, this it's going to the moon. Did they say it's going to orbit the moon, or it's not going to land on the moon?
Correct. This particular mission is going to, basically orbit the moon. This is Artemis 1, and then I think the next mission will be landing on the moon. Then Artemis 3 will actually be the manned mission, humans landing back on the moon.
Okay. Did they say how long it was actually going to take the Artemis 1 to reach the moon? Before it gets to orbit?
I'm not sure how long that takes. I'll have to look that up. It takes several days to get there, I think, though.
Yeah, because I think the Apollo missions, it took 4 or 5 days or something. I'm not quite sure. I was just curious on that one, how long it actually took to get there.
Yeah.
And then actually, you just answered one of my questions right there. The Artemis 2 is just going to land, and then the Artemis 3, there's no time frame, but it's going to actually have men on there. Okay, or women.
Yes, I bet some of each.
Right. Oh, yeah. You got to have them all. You got to have a little bit of each one. And then, I haven't listened to you for a while, so I was curious. Do you remember, since I haven't listened to you, do you recall whatever happened to Spaceman? Does he ever call you or anything? 'Cause I used to listen to him.
Once in a...
He had me laughing so much.
Yeah, once in a blue moon, he'll check in. He checked in a couple months ago. He's still driving truck up there in the Northeast. He spends most of his night, I believe. They've got, they've got like a chat line kind of thing where he's on the phone with other people. So when he's on the phone, he can't be tuned into the app kind of thing. That's the way he explained it last time he called. So I don't know how much he listens in anymore.
Okay. And then the last thing I got is I had a guy come to my house about solar panels and told me how much money he can save me. So I went ahead and I let him do his little sales pitch. He told me $53,000 to put solar panels and a battery backup generator on my house, and it would take 17 years to recoup the cost.
Okay, that sounds like a deal.
I looked at him and I'm going, you really want me to pay, $53,000 in 17 years? I'm 54 years old. I'll be 71 before I break even. I don't think so, buddy.
Right.
So, but I was just looking for it because I'm in an all-electric place, and he kind of with the backup generator, and we lose power all the time, and I was just curious. I'm like, all right, because they said I can't have propane where I live at. I'm in unfortunately, homeowners association, so not allowed to have propane tanks. So, but I just thought, well, I tell you what, I don't care how much you tell me my electric bill's going to go up. I'm not about to pay $53,000 for some solar panels.
No way. Huh?
So,
wow.
Yep. And that's pretty much all I got. And I thank you for my call, and I'll talk to you some other time.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you once again here. And to answer your question number one there, though, it takes about 3 days, they say, for a spacecraft to reach the moon. During that time, the spacecraft will travel at least 240,000 miles, which is the distance between the Earth and the moon. But, based on the whole trajectory thing, it's probably even more. But about 3 days. So I guess based on that, the Orion capsule should be in orbit around the moon sometime Saturday. All right, I guess you'll also be getting a look at the dark side of the moon, right? See, knowing the distance from the Earth to the moon, the speed necessary to travel this distance, it's not too difficult to determine how long it takes. Yeah, you divide 238,900 miles by 7 miles per second. You get an average travel time to the moon of 9.5 hours. Well, is this thing moving at 7 miles per second? I know it's flat out moving, but all right, it's 844-844-3388. Get a news break, back to your calls. Pappy's up next here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of a holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. House Republicans nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy 188-31 to be Speaker in a closed-door conference meeting on Tuesday. A last-minute protest challenge came from Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, a former chairman of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. Biggs sought to demonstrate that McCarthy lacks the support to seize the gavel when the full House meets to choose the Speaker early next year. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text
GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And you may recall the discussions prior to the midterms that if indeed Republicans take the House, might be looking at a spending spree between now and the end of the year, because the Democrats are want to get as much done spending-wise before Republicans take control. They won't be able to get it done. So right out of the box, we're going to come back and ask for, how about $10 billion? That's the request. The White House is going to return for another round of COVID funding. After multiple failed attempts this past winter and through the spring to secure more money, the White House plans on requesting $10 billion during the lame duck session of Congress before the newly elected lawmakers begin in January. According to sources familiar with the discussions, it could potentially be one of the last chances the Democrats have to receive additional COVID funding if there is a divided government next year. But it all comes at one of the lowest points of public concern over the entire pandemic. Latest poll from Quinnipiac University that asked voters about the most urgent issues just before the midterms, only 1% said the pandemic. The Washington Post first reported this impending request. Those familiar with the discussions told ABC News that the $10 billion request would go toward the research and development of next-generation vaccines and therapeutics, which that's been a major priority for this administration, as well as research into long COVID and the global efforts to combat the virus. There would be some money set aside for combating other infectious diseases. They say, while COVID is no longer the disruptive force it once was, we face new subvariants that have the potential to cause another surge of infections and hospitalizations and deaths, particularly as we head into the winter months, the time when viruses like COVID spread more quickly. This means an urgent need for COVID funding to help us stay on the front foot against an unpredictable virus. The push for more COVID funding started all the way back in March when they asked for $22.5 billion, when they said they were running out of money to buy tests, treatments, and vaccines. Republicans stonewalled the effort, saying, hey, we've already spent. Well, first of all, they're skeptical of how we had already spent billions in COVID aid that had been allotted. The problem is they want to keep spending more money and throwing more gas on the inflation fire. I think it's a bad idea, said Texas Senator John Cornyn. Some of the Republicans also pointed to Biden's remark on 60 Minutes a few months ago when he said the pandemic's over. The president saying the pandemic is over is just kind of mind-boggling, according to Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who previously worked as a doctor. He wants tens of billions for COVID, and he says the pandemic's over. Now, which is it, I guess you'd say? All right, looks like I guess Pappy had to take care of some business. On call, right? DJ, what's happening this morning?
Just got off work, 16 hours locked in a trailer by Mickey Mouse. Did I hear Trump is running again?
Yes. Yes, he is. They had the official announcement this past evening.
Might be some relief. Just say the way things have been going in this country the last few years, it's kind of been tough. But hopefully Democrats don't get their way all together with the Herschel Walker race either.
Well, that's true, too. I mean, they're still going to, regardless, they're going to have the 50-50 with Kamala Harris, the deciding votes. I mean, I guess, Schumer pointed out the one difference it would make if they get the 51, if Herschel Walker loses, they would be able to expedite the confirmation of judges and appointees and things like that.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Well, this country needs Trump again. That's for certain. Thank you for your time. Thank you for getting me home safe.
Thank you for listening in. Yeah, that's the official word. Donald Trump turns a deaf ear to the establishment, calling to hold off. And, of course, Democrats' efforts to stop him, officially declaring his presidential campaign, to which he says, in order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for president of the United States. Speaking of a crowd at Mar-a-Lago there in Palm Beach, Florida, about 9:22 Eastern Time. Of course, for nearly a week, we knew that this was coming. He announced, was it on the midterm day I think it was on the eve of the midterms, that rally in Ohio. Remember that? It was up there with J.D. Vance, and he said, next Tuesday, we've got a big announcement to make. Now, he said, this will not be my campaign, that this will be our campaign all together, because the only force strong enough to defeat the massive corruption we're up against is you, the American people. It's true, the American people, the greatest people on earth, we love them all. We love both sides. We're going to bring people together. We're going to unify. Yeah, good luck with that, right? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and my fellow citizens, America's comeback starts right now. That's the way he started the speech. All right, we're here tonight to declare it does not have to be this way. Talking about Joe Biden under Democrat rule, that this great nation is in decline. 2 years ago, we were a great nation. Soon, we will again be a great nation. The decline of America is being forced upon us by Biden and the radical left lunatics running our government into the ground. This decline is not a fate we must accept when given the choice. Trump's determined to end the political leadership of Biden, as he has with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as the Republicans will retake House control based on the midterms. But he said, I will ensure Joe Biden does not receive 4 more years in 2024. Our country could not take that. And I say that not in laughter. I say that in tears. Our country could not take 4 more years. It can only take so much. It's all very fragile to start off with. All right, so that's the official announcement this past evening. Our number, 844-844-3388 to the Country Bumpkin. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve and Overnight Drive family. Well, first of all, I'm not your most intelligent caller. Last week, I'm going to change gears here a little bit.
Sure.
Somebody was on here talking about the CPAP machines. Who was that, Scarecrow?
Jolly Green, I believe it was. And maybe Scarecrow as well.
Yeah, I think Okay, now, I don't have any insurance. And I have 2 machines. When I had insurance, they bought the one machine. And I had to pay for one myself. They do sell used machines, and you can have them set up to your specifications. They're like half the price of a new machine.
Sure.
I've got one in the truck where I spend most of my time, and I have one at home. I'm in the truck 4 days a week, and in the home 3 days a week. So, yeah, you can buy a used machine, have it set up. So, but yeah, this Trump thing, I just wonder how good a chance he has at winning again. I like the man. I don't care for the man of the way he is, but I love what he did for our country.
Yeah.
And I don't know what chance he would have. I'd vote for him again in a heartbeat, but what chance would he have of winning that again? He's turned a lot of people off because a lot of people are against him because of his mannerism. But they have to look at the outcome.
Well, undoubtedly, the Democrats are going to do everything they can to stop him. And sadly, I guess, what do you call it? The establishment or the rhino Republicans, there's that faction of them out there that, they're going to do what they can to stop him as well.
I know that. And I just makes me sick that they get in office, Democrats and Republicans alike. They say when we get in control, we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. They get in control and they don't do a damn thing. The Republicans don't. They've let all this corruption. This corruption didn't happen overnight.
Mm-hmm.
It's been an ongoing thing for many years. When you can set your own salaries and You know, Democrats and Republicans, all of them come out of there millionaires. So it's sad. It's sad what's happening to this country.
Well, Country Bumpkin, it's good to hear from you. I thank you for checking in. I will see where it goes. You know, I mean, what do you think about the prospects of an indictment coming down from Mayorkas in the coming days?
I don't think it's going to happen. You know, he needs to be hung.
Yes, I mean, for as much time that has passed, you know, it's been over 100 days, as they reported, 100 days since they went into Mar-a-Lago. They've had ample time to go through things. If they were going to indict, would they not have done it by now?
Oh, absolutely. You know, they've done that before. We've got this on him. We've got that on Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And nothing's ever materialized because they cannot prove anything because it's all smoke and mirrors. The man has done nothing wrong. And they're just throwing a bunch of darts, hoping some of them will stick.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. So, well, Steve, I want to thank you for what you've done for the drivers out here. I'm out here. If I can't listen to the program, I'm listening to the podcast. And God bless the Rambler.
There you go. All right. Thanks for checking in, Country Bumpkin. Boy, oh boy, Pappy sent me a few photos. The scene there on 74 westbound at the state line, about the 1 mile marker. They're in Ohio where it is shut down. And what a mess. Yeah, the truck on its side and chicken guts and chicken grease everywhere. First of all, they're going to have to get some scrapers out there to get the solid material off the road. And then, of course, obviously, the grease, they're going to have to bring out the pressure washers. And really, they'll probably have to get a bunch of Dawn dishwashing. I'm not sure what do you get that grease off the roadway with? Because that would be like driving on ice, and it's all over the roadway. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know, maybe 100 yards worth, just cover all the lanes. Yeah, both of the emergency lanes and both in the 2 drive lanes. What a mess. All right, Wheelchair Dave, back into, got you coming up next, after which we lost several callers there. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, promised we'd get back to Wheelchair Dave, all right? Welcome back, Wheelchair Dave.
Hey, Steve, thank you. Thank you very much for taking me back. And thank you for letting me share that moment with you, because I tell you what, this is just unbelievable. The Orion spacecraft, to give you an update here, it's done its final burnout for the last 18 minutes. It's been doing its final engine, and which put it out of Earth's orbit into space. And it is a 5-day journey. It's on a 5-day journey now to the moon. And one cool thing about this, you know how you go outside and you always look at the space lab flying around?
Mm-hmm.
I think that you could probably, mission control for the next 25 days, you can stay on those sites that you were on and track Orion, spacecraft Orion, whenever you wish. Now, it's supposed to it's going to make 1.5 laps around the moon, and then it will be coming back to Earth, splash down like the old Apollo, I think around December 11th or something like that in the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
So for the next 25 days, hey, we can sign on to mission control, and you can continue to wear your jacket if you want to.
There you go. Yeah, that was pretty nifty. A CNI dog, I guess he was actually tuned in. He took a snapshot of that on YouTube or Facebook or something. I guess that's the first time.
Great.
It's the first time he saw me with the jacket on there, and he said, "Hey, it looks good on you." Yeah, I wear that jacket all the time.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I've got some old patches laying around, some old Apollo patches, and I'll just go ahead and put those in the mail to you. If you want to sew them on or put them in the pocket, whatever, I'll send them your way.
How about that? That's cool. Yeah, and I got your postcards there from all the old Apollo missions. Were you saying your dad worked with the Apollo missions?
Oh yeah, my dad was very, very instrumental, and my dad helped design the docking of the command module and the lunar module. He did that for the original for the Gemini missions. Then later on for the Apollo, but my dad was instrumental in training Neil Armstrong and Buzz. In fact, 10 years ago, it would be 11, coming up on 11. I lost Dad. The one reason I'm so close to you, and I don't know, you probably don't remember this, but I've known you for a long, long time, and my dad left this earth on the same day that your grandson was born on this earth.
How about that? Yeah, 10 years ago. Little Rowan, yeah.
Yep, and I emailed you on that. I mean, you helped me get through all that because, it's still to this day. But anyhow, every time I call you and talk about Rowan, it's lost one life, but gained one life. And,
I remember that. Yeah, you emailed me the whole circle of life. Lost my father, and we gained a new. Yep, I remember that.
Yep, that's it. That's why you're very, very special to me, buddy, and always will be. But yeah, Dad did some serious. I had all these pictures of Dad with Neil Armstrong and Buzz. Training to do the docking of the command module and the lunar module.
Yeah.
And I got to use all that stuff at his service, when he passed away. But now my mama, she's still alive. My dad used to put her in simulators and stuff. And anyhow, this stuff's real special to me.
How about that? Pretty cool. Well, it's pretty. That was an awesome launch. I mean, I'm like, who was it that called earlier? Said I was kind of wondering if it would the countdown clock would stop at 10 seconds before, or if the damn thing was going to blow up on the launch pad. It's pretty big. Everything went correctly.
Yep. Hey, and thank you so much for remembering that full circle of life, Steve. So have a great night and get some other callers in.
All right. Thank you. Wheelchair Dave's pretty excited. Obviously, he's been tuned in, kind of obviously, for obvious reasons. It's very intriguing. Very interested in the return to the moon. Hey, got a couple of minutes before we hit our top of the hour news break here. What do we got? Eskimo Mom is on board. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Yes, yes, I am back, and it's been. And some of the guys have been saying it's a little too quiet without me, but I did survive my staycation, and we did have the election last Tuesday, and in my home county we had 50, and in Shelby County here in Ohio we had roughly 54% of the turnout of registered voters. And I was working as a greeter information person, and there for the longest time we were just slammed with people, and we had a couple of tables that were like 4 or 5 deep, but everybody got through no problem. And then after 6 o'clock, everything died. Nobody went, hardly anybody came out. But other than that, and then our county had everything counted up within before the end of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the system that we have works wonderful, where everything's tested beforehand, and they keep the running total. Pretty much they keep a running total of the votes, but they do not release who's winning and who's losing at the time. But that part stays secret. But they do keep a running total of how many votes have been cast.
Right.
And
so what the hell's what's going on in a place like Arizona? Because I mean, if my understanding is they get all those mail-in ballots. They don't have to wait until like election day or the polls close to start counting those. Why is it taking them a week to count them?
That's a very good question. I know, if I remember right, Maricopa County was having some problems with their voting machines, which didn't help anything.
Right.
And they should have had a contingency plan ready to go in case something like that would happen. And where the rovers would come in, the techs would come in, even technical support. And that's what happened with my county. We have the e-poll books. But this election we did not use them because the old e-poll books that we've been using, the tech support wasn't there. No other counties was using them, so it's like, okay, we'll just scrap it and go back to the old way, and it worked out wonderful for us. Yeah. But it's just because you have to have contingency plans, and you have to keep the running totals, when the polls close, you get your tail in there, you start working on it.
Start counting, yeah. All right, well, Eskimo Mom, thanks for the update. We hit the top of the hour. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Officials from around the globe arranged urgent meetings Tuesday after Warsaw confirmed what they call a Russian-made missile did cause the blast in a Polish village that killed 2 and raised fears of the worst conflict in Europe since World War II. On the topic of the Second Great War,
the federal investigation of the deadly mid-air collision of 2 World War II planes in Dallas over the weekend could take up to 18 months. 6 people were killed when a Bell P-63 King Cobra crashed into a B-17 during the Wings over Dallas Air Show on Saturday before thousands of spectators. The National Transportation Safety Board says GPS from the P-63 and an electronic flight display from the B-17 have been recovered, but both are damaged. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's been a rough week in the skies. The U.S. Department of Transportation is ordering Frontier Airlines to pay out $222 million in refunds to customers. The penalty is over significant scheduling problems during the COVID-19 pandemic. The company was also fined $2.2 million. And the FBI has released security footage of a June attack on Compass Care Pregnancy Services, a pro-life women's care clinic in upstate New York. The agency announced a reward of up to $25,000 for any information leading to the arrest of the arsonists, and suggested the criminals could be charged under the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, also known as the FACE Act. This is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
After 2 failed attempts, NASA is readying to launch its new Mega Moon rocket early Wednesday from Florida, less than a week after the massive machine withstood a hurricane. Perhaps the third time will be the charm. The weather promises to be favorable with an 80% chance of launch. This season may not be so jolly for all those who have faced a wave of recent layoffs.
As inflation continues to plague the American economy, Amazon is preparing layoffs that could total about 10,000 workers as the company continues broad cost-cutting. Amazon's layoffs, which could begin as soon as this week, are targeted for corporate employees and could affect Amazon's devices business, which includes Alexa products, as well as human resources and retail. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And with results still pending for the 2022 elections, many look just 720 days into the future to the next election, while a lame duck Congress may be paving the way to legalizing children who were brought to the U.S. illegally by their parents, also known as Dreamers. And the last undefeated team in football fell Monday night to the Washington Commanders, who beat out the Philadelphia Eagles at home. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We know you I'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, shared the story last evening about the number of drivers that are looking to change jobs. Big survey came back with it was like 40% of drivers said that they want to work for another company or another. And these were, what was it, like 98% company drivers, and just a handful of owner-operators. But so there's some companies that are good to work for. Another tidbit out of that story was an overwhelming majority of them did not leave a company that they had worked for one particular reason. There were multiple reasons for their exiting any individual company. I thought that was interesting because I got an email from the Carolina ghostwriter who said, there are companies, good companies to work for. I'm fortunate to be employed by one of the best. I've attached a letter from our company. Anyway, hope all is well. I guess he's down at, I'm sending this from Disney. Carolina ghostwriter. So he's down at Disney. I guess he got to witness the launch this morning, if he's still down there. But the letter from his company says, we want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. There are so many things for which we are personally grateful. We're thankful we have a creator who loves us. We're thankful for the family and friends who surround us. We're extremely grateful for each of you, as working for you on this Southeastern team is one of the true joys of our life. We love what we do and who we do it with. As we reflect back on the last 11 months, there's two distinct differences between this year and other years in recent history. One of these differences is a very positive thing. The other has produced a hardship on the American people. The positive thing is 22 has been an exceptionally good year financially for your company. And we will produce one of the best operating ratios we've had in a number of years. We could not have accomplished this without the hard work of each of you, and for that we are grateful. But there's something else unique about 2022 that's not been positive. Inflation has been out of control and risen to a level not seen in the last 40 years. This has impacted everything Americans buy and has had a negative impact on each one of you. To summarize, 22 has been abnormal in two ways. Number one, we had an abnormally higher profit margin. Number two, we've seen an abnormally higher inflation rate. As we reflect on the above during the season of Thanksgiving, we would like to respond by taking an abnormal action, and that is to give a one-time bonus to all of our people. In your November 18 paycheck, you will receive a one-time bonus before any applicable tax withholdings. So full-time administrative and clerical associates like $1,500. Other full-time associates, $2,000. Part-time associates get a $750 bonus. How about that? And that's something you can say, I'm thankful for. That's very unusual, right? So some companies doing better than others. And this particular company's had apparently a pretty exceptional year. All right, got our final hour underway here, off and rolling on a Wednesday. There you go, hump day. Mike. And we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Seeing as the email is back up and running this morning. It was about, I guess, 3, 4 o'clock yesterday morning. I constantly kind of go back and forth and check, and I'm always getting stories and things to share with the audience. Like Pappy sending me the photos from the accident on 74, and I said, man, I haven't had an email in like 3 hours, and here we are nearly closing things out at 5 a.m. I said, the last email I got was 12:40 a.m. That's real unusual. And sure enough, the server was down at the headquarters. So got that back up and running. To which, as we got Steve checking in this morning, we're halfway through the week, starting to make our descent toward the weekend. Yeah, I'd say it's time to head into town, get that trash wagon fired up. Looks like we're going to be making a midweek trip to Indianapolis. That's what's in store for us. Everybody enjoy their day, and we'll catch up again soon. So that's kind of that's a long day running from Columbus to Indy and back, right? All right, safe travels along the way there. Steve, good to have you on board. There's Truck and Phil. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. I heard emails were not going through yesterday morning. Good companies are good companies, and bad companies are bad companies. And extraordinary companies are great. It's all about where you're at and your attitude in life. Looks like some snow again later today in parts of the Midwest, then a big cool down for the rest of the week. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back once again. 39 days till Christmas. There you go. Truck and Phil on board this morning. Semper Fi. Good to have you with us, Truck and Phil. All right. For the car aficionados out there, are you a old classic car nut? Larry Gonzalez, he was your classic car nut. Tampa area man. Actually became a tire shop owner after serving in the Navy during the 50s, eventually expanded his business to 8 stores. He also owned the now defunct Twin City Dragway from 1964 to 1970, where some of the racing legends like Don Garlitz and Shirley Muldowney used to compete. Promoted a well-known annual car show called the World of Wheels that ran into the 1980s. Later became a real estate developer, but never really lost his love for classic American automobiles. He built a collection of cars that numbered 27 by the time he died this past January at the age of 84. No one was sure how many there were until they started looking for him. Turns out some he had purchased went directly into storage on one of his properties, and he pretty much just forgot about them. Yeah, once he owned it, he pretty much just put it away, and that was it, according to his son. All of them are now set to be auctioned in his hometown of Sefner, Florida, on December the 3rd. His son, Robert, says, I want other people to enjoy them. The cars were parked across 7 different properties and included 4 that had been sitting for decades in a barn on a farm that his father owned. Among them, 2 1956 Continental Mark IIs. They're in pretty rough shape. The car could be worth nearly $150,000 today if fully restored. There's also a corroded 64 Ford Galaxy 500 Daytona 500 pace car replica that's missing the hood and the grille. Yeah, parked in front of them near the door was a 1951 Ford Woody wagon with its headlights and a few panels missing. Not all the cars are in bad shape, though. He kept a few in top shape at his office, which was a converted firehouse. Robert says he loved everything Corvette. 6 are up for sale, including a 58 convertible and a 63 Stingray split-window coupe modified with a 5.7-liter V8, 2-barrel carburetors. Yeah, he drugged me everywhere he went, Robert said, when he'd go out hunting for cars. Yeah, everybody who did business with him loved him. John Harris, who was handling the sale through Harris Auctions, said, I became friends with Gonzalez about 12 years ago through their common interest in cars. Despite his being older than me, we had a lot to talk about. Smart guy. 2 of the non-car items being offered for sale are 14-foot-long fiberglass sharks. Gonzalez used to loan them to car dealers to help advertise his World of Wheels. Now, he told them they were modeled off an actual shark that was harpooned from a helicopter off San Diego. That was a great story, but he really just made it up. Yeah, people would actually pay $1 just to be photographed with the sharks. But check that out. Harris Auctions, coming up December the 3rd. He said some of the photographs, some of those cars were in pretty bad shape, but others were not too bad. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll into a hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I hadn't had a call from Vic in a few days. I need to get an email. I think this was on Monday. But he listened in, I guess, to the Monday morning program. And he said, Steve, you read an email about Trump's emergency order being the cause of disruption in the 2020 election. I think that was the email we got from Craig at the time, as a matter of fact. He said, that person had a point because a lot of governors around the country overstepped their authority under the emergency powers laws. However, President Trump was getting no cooperation from anyone at this time as to the origins and the characteristics of COVID. Technically, nor has that been settled to this day. But governors in a lot of states kept people from being primary by using this authority, ensuring the old guard would remain in power regardless of who won the general election. The private agendas would continue. One agenda seems to be doing away with the Jones Act requirement that any transfer from one American port to another American port must be in an American-built vessel. Now, why the desire to change the Jones Act requirement? I mean, we have little or no civilian shipbuilding industry. Now, Mitch McConnell's second wife, Elaine Chow's family, has their shipping vessels built in China with Chinese steel. Mitch's first wife, know it or not, was a liberal. But with the loss of the shipbuilding industry, a lot of talent was also lost. The last ship my wife's brother worked on modifying was to carry U.S. Air Force missiles. Had foreign workers. Before that, he worked repairing Great Lakes vessels with an all-Chinese crew. The company he started with building barges was closed during the Trump administration. More skilled American workers will be lost, ironically bringing product from Gulf of Mexico ports to New York ports is where getting products in the heartland to the people in populated areas is where it started over 2 centuries ago, led to the creation of the Erie Canal and interconnecting canals. The rivers could not always be depended on for transportation of goods, and we're seeing that right now, as a matter of fact. The intermodal capacity of America today is resilient, very capable of dealing with failure in one area by diverting traffic to another mode, if done so in a timely fashion. Why anyone would prefer bringing oil in tankers along the treacherous Atlantic coast rather than pipelines or even proper rail cars is an absolute mystery to me. One of the reasons for the loss of civilians shipbuilding was the Navy buildup during the Reagan years. There was not enough extra capacity to build civilian ships, so private owners turned elsewhere. It seems prudent to me that rather than abolishing the Jones Act requirement, we should use that to rebuild our shipbuilding industry. Always an interesting take from our friend Vic there. All right, let's see, real quick like there. Would that be Hillbilly Tex?
Morning, Steve.
It is. Hello, Tex. What's going on?
Oh, well, I just sitting here watching the world go flat, but, hey, I see they shot that Sputnik off a while ago.
I was going to say, what do you think about that? Hey, it's headed to the moon there, Tex.
Yeah. They gonna keep messing with them Hanks up there, got that voodoo on them. They gonna keep messing around up there, and something bad gonna come out of that there deal. Yeah. Hey, Steve, what I called to talk about, that governor down Texas, old Greg Abbott, boy, you got to give him a big tip of the hat, buddy. He called in the National Guard, got gunboats running the river. Amen, and God bless him.
Yeah.
More power to him.
Took him a long time to do it, but he finally did. I'm anxious to see what kind of official word, what are we going to hear from from Biden or John, the press secretary? What are they going to say about that declaration?
Yeah, I already figured they trying to null and void that, but way I understand it, the governor has the right to defend his territory. So, I mean, I'm just all awed about that deal. I'm proud he's got the kahunas to get out there and do it.
Yep.
And these Democrats, they gonna fight him every which way they can over it, but he's control of the National Guard, and so put the boats and the guns out there, and the guards on the bank, and you cross over here, we're gonna bust a cap in you. So, but that's just the way old hillbilly Tex sees everything. But anyway, I just wanted to call in, check on everybody this morning. Y'all doing all right?
Everybody doing just fine. We're pretty excited about that moon launch there, the Artemis this morning.
Well, I'm glad it got off the ground without hurting nobody, but it's going to have severe consequences with them spooks up yonder. Yeah.
Yeah, boy, you
anyway,
got the voodoo fix on them, right?
That's right. Got that voodoo stick on them, buddy. But anyway, tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big 7-5, everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Here, Billy Tex checking in this morning. All right, the official Facebook, or so, I'm sure it's all the social media, from NASA, from the Johnson Space Center. It reads, Artemis 1, you're going to the moon. At 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, currently the world's most powerful rocket, the Space Launch System, launched the Orion spacecraft from Launch Pad 39B in Florida to make its journey to Earth's natural orbiting satellite, the moon. Artemis 1, of course, is a flight test, an opportunity to better understand the integrated system before we fly astronauts aboard on, this says Artemis 2. I think, I was incorrect when I spoke to the gentleman earlier. I said Artemis 2 would land on the moon. So, Artemis 2, I believe, will be astronauts, but they will not land on the moon. It will have astronauts, they'll orbit the moon. And I think Artemis 3, as I mentioned, will have astronauts that will actually land on the moon. So let me correct that. The mission has only just begun, though. Through the mission, we will have live coverage of Orion's closest approach to the moon, an inside look of mission control, and so much more. NASA is returning to the lunar surface to not only create a long-lasting presence on the moon and eventually Mars, but to unlock new scientific discoveries and inspire the next generations of space explorers. They will be known as the Artemis generation. So stay tuned via social media. Of course, if you got NASA TV, like I do on your cable, you can tune into all that throughout the mission. Go Artemis! All right, there you go. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Georgia Democrats on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to open up early voting for the Senate runoff election over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, despite a state law that prohibits voting within 2 days of a holiday. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced last week that the runoff election would be held on December 6th. House Republicans nominated Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy 188 to 31 to be Speaker in a closed-door conference meeting on Tuesday. A last-minute protest challenge came from Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, a former chairman of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. Biggs sought to demonstrate that McCarthy lacks the support to seize the gavel when the full House meets to choose the Speaker early next year. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, remember the old saying, try, don't succeed. Just try again, right? Hey, Pappy.
I think it's the fourth time, Steve. I had to keep hanging up on you. Oh, man, did you get them photos I sent you?
Yes. I mean, that's a heck of a mess. What are they going to bring out, a bunch of Dawn dishwashing liquid or what?
Man, Steve, this guy was hauling chicken products, byproducts, and it's like grease and chicken guts and I don't know, all over the highway there.
Yep.
So It is, I don't know if you got my first email, but it's shut down.
Yep.
Totally shut down. Westbound at the Indiana state line. I don't know how that semi just got through. What the heck? Anyway, my partner's going to go chase him down.
He ain't supposed to be going through, right?
Oh, he went past. Now you're going to probably get a ticket. Anyway, I'm shutting ramp down to New Haven. So you can get off at New Haven and go around, that way. Just follow the GPS is all I can tell you drivers. I wonder if Big Moose is still running this route because he'd be coming through here right about this time. I don't know if he is or not.
I'm not sure.
Anywho, so yeah, that's the deal. Hey, do you blame Trump's daughter for not wanting to be involved in all this again?
No, I can't. I can't. No, I mean, if you're trying to raise kids, have a family life, it's just, I mean, that's just she don't want four more years of hell, right?
Yeah. Steve, I can only go back to, I remember an interview that Trump gave Oprah Winfrey a while ago, several years ago. And she asked him if he would ever run for president. He was like, "Are you kidding me? There's no way." And he goes, "Well, I'll tell you what, if things really ever got that bad, I would run." And that's why he ran in 2016. And pretty much why he said he's running again. Things are just so messed up here. That's why he decided to run again. So we'll see what happens. Steve, I didn't know nothing about this missile launch that hit Poland until I was listening to your show when you mentioned it. I didn't hear nothing about it. Man, Steve, I mean, let's just hold on to our seats and hope things don't get really, I mean, things are crazy. Let's just hope it don't get really, really crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I'm hoping it was like an inadvertent thing. The missile was up and maybe a missile defense hit it, and that's what it ended up landing in Poland. But yeah, I mean, things could spiral. I mean, an accident, things like this happen where suddenly NATO gets involved. Look out.
We've talked about this, Steve, where accidents happen, maybe intentionally, unintentional, and as a result, things can go downhill, all due to a mistake, And so, hey, man, these semis just keep getting off the exit, getting off the get-off ramp. I think they're going down through Harrison and over the state line. They can jump back on 74 from there. It's looking like probably, I don't know, Steve, 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. I was going to say, so through the morning rush, that's going to be a big mess then.
We had one, I think I called you, it was on 275 at Kilby at 3:30 in the morning, Steve, about the same time this happened. And when I came in the next day at 1600 hours, 4 p.m., they were still working on it.
Wow.
So they don't have to offload this semi because he offloaded everything on the highway.
That's right. Oh, they got the equipment out there to get it righted yet, or is it still on its side?
No, the hook hasn't come yet. ODOT is out here setting up some signs to relieve us so we don't have to keep sitting here. But they're bringing some dump trucks full of sand, a couple bobcats, to get this stuff cleaned up, and then how long it'll take them to get that big rig up on a tow truck, who knows, But so I would guess 3-4 hours at least, my man. So if anybody's coming through here, that's what they're looking at.
All right. There you go. Thanks for the update, Pappy. Good to have you on board. So that's 74 westbound 1 mile marker on the Ohio side for those headed over into Indiana, right? Yeah, again, it's been shut down for several hours already. It's going to be for several more. Like I said, once they get the scoops out there and get all the solid matter up, all that chicken fat and chicken grease, that would be slick as snot to begin with. And if you put a little rain on that or something, I mean, all that Yeah, they got to get that cleaned up. All right, thanks for the update there. Pappy Blind Man is on board. What's going on, Blind Man?
Oh, not too much. I wonder if the crows are going to go after the chicken grease. I mean, they love chicken, especially Popeyes.
Yeah, right.
So anyhow, I'm assuming Trump made his speech last night. I missed it.
Yes.
Is he running?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Oh, okay. There's a couple of things I wish he would do differently. Number one, I wish he would hold rallies in blue cities such as Baltimore and tell the people there, are you tired of being mugged? Are you tired of being shot at? You know, the crime situation. Are you tired of businesses moving out? And the second thing is, I wish he wouldn't be so negative. We already know how bad things are about the high cost of fuel, the high cost of food, et cetera, et cetera. I want to know what he's going to do on day one. I hope on day one he opens up the Keystone Pipeline. So those are my comments. And I know the left has gone absolutely bat crazy now over this. So it's going to be really interesting. Did we get the House yet?
I don't think they've. I mean, it was still 217 last I checked, but yeah, I mean they're confident that we will have the House. Only other question is here now that Trump has announced. I mean, all this talk about Mayorkas going to bring down an indictment. Will they still indict Trump?
They can try, but that's going to get a lot of people ticked off big time. Really big ticked off.
All right, well, that's where we stand, Blind Man. Thank you for checking in. So just waking up. And, oh, yeah, by the way, yes, we got the Artemis launch took place at 1:47 this morning, Blind Man. Just kind of waking up to a new day. You can find out what's going on in the world. Trump's running. Artemis is in the air, headed toward the moon. And it's 844-844-3388. Hey, they did give an update. Yeah, remember after the home invasion, the guy goes into the Pelosi residence. Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? Smacks Nancy's husband, Paul, on the head with a hammer and all that good stuff. Remember some of the early reports were the dude was in the house in his underwear. And everybody's questioning, well, what do you mean in his underwear? And yeah, I think that might have been Horse Feathers called in and say, if he was just wearing underwear, where was he hiding the duct tape and the zip ties? Remember, that was kind of funny. New court filings revealing what the suspect was wearing during that early morning assault. San Francisco police arrived at the home about 2:30 a.m., found Pelosi in his pajamas, and the intruder, DePape, wearing shorts, sneakers, and a sweatshirt, according to the superseding indictment. The encounter was about 15 seconds from when Pelosi opened the door for officers when the hammer attack took place, according to the filing. Recorded it was all caught on the body-worn cameras of the two responding officers, which says the two officers opened the door to see the foyer of the Pelosi residence. Mr. Pelosi wearing a long-sleeve shirt, DePape in shorts, running shoes, and a sweatshirt. DePape and Pelosi both with a hand on the hammer. So both have the hammer. One of the officers ordered them to drop the hammer, to which DePape replied, nope. At that point, grabbed it from Pelosi, cracked him on the head, causing the skull fracture and other injuries. Police immediately tackled DePape, called for an ambulance to treat Pelosi, who was bleeding from the head wound. According to the new filings, officers recovered a cell phone, cash, transit passes, and an unidentified card from DePape's right pocket, as well as tape, rope, gloves, and a journal from his bag, among other things. So he was not, according to the court filings, in his underwear. Yes, and he had some sort of, whether it was a backpack, a duffel bag, whatever it was. Maybe it was a man purse. Who knows? But there's the update, 15 before the hour. Is that Gilligan on board?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I know there's something awful fishy about that one. You know, Steve, I was listening to the radio the other night. I listen to NPR once in a while just to figure out what they're coming up with, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got educated on street sports the other night. Now, we kind of all know a little bit about what street sports is. Watch your back, watch this, keep your stuff locked up. Don't keep honest man honest. I never did believe in that. But did you know street sports literally was put on NPR that you have to learn how to apply for welfare and for food stamp benefits. That's part of street sports. Was you aware of that?
I was not, no.
I thought a lot of what street sports was just common sense. But, yeah, well, scratch your head on some of this stuff. Pappy's talking about that wreck down there on 74, the chicken guts and all that. Yeah, there's a lot of chicken plants and a lot of chicken houses where I live. And old 57 can testify to this. That road over old 55 in the Moorfield. Boy, they're going into them coming out of them chicken plants, that old raw chicken, then I've hauled it, big tubs full of ice, the water running out, and the grease mixed in. Boy, them roads get awful slick in the summertime, especially, because that chicken grease, especially when it's dry, it's just, we've dealt with that all my life, pretty much, that stuff is some slippery stuff. I've had chicken houses around my home pretty much my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to think about what that mess is going to be like. Anybody driving out through there for a while, I'd be real careful on that stretch of road, because you know as well as I do no matter how much they clean it, it's still going to be some residue left. That's going to be a treacherous stretch of road for some time, I would think.
It's a mess.
Absolutely. Well, I know Bolding's been calling in my daughter, but she's been doing real well with her new job as dispatcher of the West Virginia State Police. And as any of your listeners can pretty well figure, I'm very proud of her. She's been getting off about midnight. She's been working the 4 to 12 shift. And I think she's pretty well tuckered out. And I tell you what, there's a lot of things going on in our area that you really don't realize. She was telling me they have a time getting dispatchers because they think people are just going to come in there and maybe get 1 or 2 calls during the shift. There's not going to be a lot going on, but that dispatch office actually covers 8 different counties there in the entire Eastern Panhandle. That's a lot. That's a lot of area.
Mm-hmm.
I know that a lot of people are not that familiar with with West Virginia, but that whole part that sticks out there over top of Northern Virginia, that's what it is. Even down the side there a little bit on the western side of Virginia. Yeah, it's a pretty vast area. The good thing is it's just it's sad, a lot of the calls they get, but that we found out something I wasn't aware of, that the sheriff's department actually covered the domestics there in West Virginia. The state police don't handle them. I guess in case of a backup they would or something like that. But that's about all. Well, there ain't much going on in my night. It's cleared out over here a little bit. Roads dried off here on 81. I had some rain when I left out. I had some fog when I come out of Greensboro there a couple hours ago, but about 3 hours ago now. But it's the farther I come up into Virginia, the more it's clearing out and drying off. Well, I hope everybody has a good night, and thanks for having me on there, Steve.
All right, thanks for
Take
checking in there. Have a great day. Yeah, Bolt gave us a heads up in hour number one about the overturned tractor trailer that apparently overturned onto an automobile along I-81 over there. So, yeah, pretty much at the time she said prayers for all those involved. Didn't know if there were any injuries, fatalities, anything like that. But, hey, yesterday was apparently the day the world hit another milestone. According to the United Nations numbers, the world population yesterday hit the 8 billion mark. The milestone, 8 billion people on the planet Earth. More after this on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, according to the numbers, it was back in July, earlier this year, the UN released their Day of 8 Billion report, predicting the milestone in human development. While it took the global population 12 years to grow from 7 to 8 billion, according to the report, they say it'll take approximately 15 years until 2037 for it to reach 9 billion, a sign that the overall growth rate of the global population is slowing down. A report outlines that roughly 70% of the world's births occur in low-income and lower middle-income countries. Last Friday, the UN Secretary General wrote in a USA Today op-ed that while the world's population continues to rise, it grows more divided. Billions are struggling. Hundreds of millions are facing hunger and even famine. Record numbers are on the move, seeking opportunities and relief from debt and hardship, wars, and climate disasters. But he went on to say, I never bet against human ingenuity. I have enormous faith in human solidarity. There you go. 8 billion people on the planet. 5-7, yes, sir.
Well, that explains like Bill Gates and them. For some reason, believe they have the right to control the population. Got plans on doing it. So, of course, God says, "Be fruitful and multiply." So, it's almost anything God says. There's a man out there going directly across. Speaking of mysteries of life, we don't know we're going out to space. We don't even know what's under our oceans. We're finding all kinds of creatures, amazing things in the ocean's depth. Maybe they'll go out there. Hopefully they'll take pictures on the dark side of the moon so we can see that alien base they keep talking about. But I believe tonight we found out a mystery that's always been wondering. Where does chicken nuggets come from? I own Cold Reaper, and I'm telling you, anything, I'm out by these chicken houses here, they blow downwind or where I'm at, it stinks. You go to a chicken house, you go to where they're doing the chicken processing, they try to cover up the smell with, chlorine or whatever, and it still has its own special stink. You haul that frozen chicken, and after you're done, you got the blood that's run down and you got to wash that out. That stinks. Everything about a chicken stinks until you fry it up. So I'm still going to eat my chicken, I guess.
Have you ever watched the video of how McDonald's chicken nuggets are made? You ever seen that? It is a pretty gross process.
Oh, great. Now I got homework to do. But I believe, now we know where the source is. I believe we've had, finally, because my granddaughter, I asked, we were standing there, and she was showing me her, she was 6 and 4 at the time, and she was just so proud because her daddy got her some chicken. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and I looked at her square in the face, that blue-eyed, curly-headed blonde, and I go, what part of the chicken do chicken nuggets come from? And it was just like you could see her little computer working in her brain. And right across the fence where my son was feeding the chickens, he goes, "Dad, that's the only thing we can get her to eat." The joys of being a grandpa. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, and we'll be waiting for that notification come Thursday. Can you believe it? Thursday morning already.
I cannot believe no. Hump day, here it is. All right, well, you know what? That'll be coming up here before you know it. Yeah, we close things out here on a Wednesday. So, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Have a safe day out there, and join us back at the midnight hour for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.